All right, guys. I had a little challenge. Like when I just started the live stream, electricity just went off. And that's because, in Tanzania, we have something like this. It's a ruku, right? We actually charge the internet with something like this. We just put the numbers, not the internet, the electricity. So it was actually done like 0 0, and I didn't know. So the moment I just started this live stream, it just stopped, just like that. And so I had to go to recharge again because I didn't have any electricity. Um, all right. They say Teddy Afro released the English version of. Let me see, because I haven't seen on his. Haven't seen on his Instagram page. Let me see here. Oh, yeah, he actually released. All right. Oh, maybe maybe I'll do reaction on Teddy's Afro English version, soon. Thank you for that information, Centera Media. I will see if it is too different from yeah, BJ just asked me, did you pay your electricity bill? So I actually didn't pay the electricity bill, so I'm glad that I just did. And now I'm back, It just went it just went dark all of a sudden and I didn't expect. I thought I still have, but I had to pay electricity bill. So I'm back now. And the internet is back as well. Um well, guys, as you've seen the title of this video, this is the third time for me today to come. And it's because of the I said, I've been receiving emails, I've been receiving different messages, about the situation that is happening. And I just thought that, I should come here to talk, not for so long, but just for a little bit about, bright days in Africa. And but I put it as a prophetic word, as a something that I do believe, I do hope, and I have that faith that there will be a bright days in Africa. Full stop. I believe that with everything I got, I don't doubt that. Because if I doubt, then I wouldn't be working. I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing right now. I'm doing what I'm doing right now because I fully believe that there will be a bright days in Africa. 100%, no caps. I believe that. And nobody can change that from my belief. But the good question that we all have to ask ourselves is when? When are we going to have bright days in Africa? When can we have bright days in Congo, in Ethiopia, right? And bright days in, what is happening. Just to give you a little bit of recap of the pictures, the thumbnail of this live stream for you guys to understand what is going on. There's a picture of, Ethiopian flag. And I love using this picture of Ethiopian flag most of the time because it represents the people of Ethiopia, and it represents this was the time this flag was actually shared, the time that Ethiopia was going through no more movement, and they were able to stand tall, from all this resistance that was coming from the Western world, right? They were able to stand tall. And I remember that flag, it was shared on social media, and I shared as well. So I love using that because it reminds me the time that Ethiopia came together with everybody to stand against Westerners, to defend the dignity of the country. And every time I look at that flag, it reminds me that. And that's why I feel like forever I will use that flag. And also there's a picture of African brothers and sisters who were killed. Actually, it's just happening right now, right? It just happened, 2 days ago, and right now it's still happening. I mean, it happened in Morocco. These brothers and sisters from the western part of Africa, they're trying to run away and to find a better life, hopefully better life in Europe, right? So as they were trying to, run from these Moroccan Spain borders to move to Spain and to European countries, so they were shot at and they were brutally beaten. And you guys have seen the video that I've shared, and I think you've seen the video from Tuna Cheki's channel as well that they shared. There's a full information about it, and I'll share another video as well. Shout out to Tuna Chek for sharing that. And at the same time, you guys, the ongoing conflict that has been happening in Congo. And, when you talk to people of Congo, they link with the influence that is coming from Rwanda, which I don't have any evidence to that, but I'm just laying down things that are happening, right? And people have been dying. People have been running away, right? The country is not safe. And I've been reaching out to my friends in Congo to have this conversation, but I'm still waiting because not everybody's willing to do that. So these are just few things, but there's things are going on in northern part of Sudan. And if there's anything going on in any country that I'm not mentioning right now, you guys can also inform me and, just to shed some light. So it seems like, the first time that I was writing this title, I wrote tragedy after tragedy because that's basically what I wanted to talk about. And I think I'm going to open the panel today and just give a time for you guys to come and to share, to talk, because I believe that most of you all might be in pain and lose hope and in distress as well. So as I said before, this is the healing time, right? I just hope that throughout this session, you'll have a time to raise your voice to speak, and as well as to speak for our people, to be the voice to the voiceless, right? And our goal is to have one Africa, and we want to have bright days in Africa. And I do believe that we're going to have that bright days, but when? Because the end of one tragedy is the beginning of another tragedy in Africa, and that's what has been happening. But we have to put it to an end. So I'm opening up this session today so that we may have a healing time. Again, I want this to be a healing time. I want this session to be a healing time to those who are hurt, to those who are distressed, to those who are disturbed, to those who are losing hope of what is happening in Africa, to those who they don't see a hope for tomorrow. I want to remind you that there's a bright days are coming. When? That's a good question to ask. When we decide to be united, when we decide to come together as one, when we decide to see each other as human beings, when we decide to leave aside our differences and to look at each other through the mirror of human being or one race, African race, when we decide to look at each other in that way, then I think the bright days, they're just going to be right there in our hands, right? So I want you guys to think about it. When are we going to have these bright days? When? After what should be done? Like, when can we have these bright days? So if you're from Ethiopia, you know what is going on in Ethiopia. Ask yourself, when can Ethiopia have a bright days? When? And when I'm asking when, I'm asking for a solution. I'm asking for some practical ways that when we do A, B, C, D, when A, B, C, D, when A, B, C, D, when this, after this happens, we'll have a bright days. And I'm using the word when because it has to happen. I can't use if. I don't want to imagine like that. I want to use when because it has to happen. When the people come together, stand in one solidarity and unity and love, and fight for the beautiful country they love, for the beautiful continent they love. We love this continent, and that's why we're standing to fight for this continent. So I have one question for you who are joining right now. When can Africa have a bright days? There will be a bright days, no caps, full stop. I believe that with everything I got. When? The question is, when can we have those bright days in Africa? When can we have no civil wars in Ethiopia? When can we have our brothers and sisters who are running from different countries to go somewhere else to have a beautiful shelter, to have a good life there? When can we have that? When can we stop fighting against one another in Africa? We're not looking to anybody to blame, but when can we have that? We as a people, we have a decision to make, and we as a people, we have a solution to everything that is happening in Africa, and we can absolutely make it happen. So, you know, before I continue with this session, I'm just going to open the page for you guys to come, but I want to give some warning. All right, I'll open the page, I'll share the link for you guys to come and to share that question. When can Africa have bright days in your country, in the context of your country? When can your country have a bright days? That's what we're going to share about. That's the topic we're going to share about. So, as I said, let's avoid to have cursing languages, because you never know who is watching, right? Even young people are following our stream when we're watching, so we want to be a good example to that. I know the situations that are happening is frustrating, but I hope that we can hold ourselves to do that, and it's a healing time. So you come and you express yourself. And the most important thing, just know that this is the platform that is owned by somebody else, YouTube. They're owning it. You know what I'm saying? So even what we share and what we talk about, we need to be careful on what we say. If it's something that you're not sure about, just try your best not to talk about it, because I don't want to regret why I'm opening this session. But if it's something that you're not sure about, don't talk about it. But let's see the solution. Right now, this is the platform. You're talking to your people. You're talking to your people in your country. You're talking to your people in this continent, people who are inside your country, and another corner of the countries, we want to find, the solution. We want this to be a healing time and to bring about, change in this continent. All right. So when can we have a bright days in Africa? It's very important. So I'm going to open the session, and, so whoever comes, I will give a chance, for you to talk, to share. You can have everything that you want to say. You can just say. I'm not going to interrupt. I'll just be quiet. You can speak about it. It's a healing time. You can speak your mind. And then when I have somebody else, I'll give a chance to someone else, and I'll let you go. So just make sure that when you come, you say your heart, and then we'll have somebody else to come and to speak. It's the time. It's a healing time, guys. Okay. I have a link already dropped in the comment section. You see the pictures, you see what is happening in Africa, and I want to give an opportunity for you guys to come and to express yourself. So, there will be a bright days in Africa. When? That's a good question. When? All right. I have my sister here. How are you, sister?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. It's good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And just wanted to let you know that the recent tragic events in my country, Ethiopia, I was surprised by the Western media covering it, because during the so-called civil war when Tigray was attacking Amhara region, they were very silent about it on the national news about my people, despite the Tigray terrorists killing 3,000 people in one day. They didn't report it on the Western media. However, this planned assassination of these small amount of Amhara, in fact, they're actually a mixture of Amhara and Oromo people that was slaughtered, 100. It just blew up all over national media. And I was just surprised. I was like, oh my God. They decided to cover it on their demonic media when it suits them for their own propaganda, to make it seem like the Amhara are victims. We're not. the figures were only about 100, but they lied and said 1,900. So it makes you wonder, why are they suddenly calling us victims when we were really victims, when the West was supporting the TPLF. They kept quiet about that. So, when you put two and two together, you just see the misinformation and the playing on us African people, because we are, I hate to say it, but we're not that very woke, and I think people on the continent are not aware how devious and sly the Western media is, and they almost have sat down and have had a meeting and said African people are a little bit slow. We can play these games. I clearly see it. Us in the Western blacks, we see the games that they play, but they use their media as a trumpet. So they'll shout something to get a reaction, and that was a planned, paid operation from because they do that all over Africa. But this was strategic on Ethiopia at the time. When you've been to Ethiopia, you saw the libraries, you saw the tech buildings, where they're really developing, and they have to somehow go to the drawing board and cause this pretend chaos to try and. But we're used to that as Africans. And now, to mention my particular tribe, because naturally we're known for being heroic warriors, and now they want to manifest us as victims, and that's not true. So that's all I want to say about that. There is no civil war in Ethiopia, and even that in the beginning, a couple months ago, that wasn't a civil war. That was just a terrorist attack. But the Western media likes to portray it as it wasn't. No, this is just geopolitical war, because our country has a strategic place in Africa and as a result they keep attacking, so they'll do another attack again. So I just think that we need to be a lot more aware of the news and stuff. What do you think, Mika? Sorry, I don't want to ramble.
Yeah, definitely. I think you really do have a point. And especially, when you're talking about the first conflict, of, Tigray region, and how the media was covering it, and how it's covering what is happening right now. Yeah,
Yes.
it's very interesting, because you see,
Yeah, I mean, we made it on the map. Like, woo! Yeah. Suddenly they realized our tribe exists. The games, like the mental gymnastics, and it's just shocking, really. Like, and I'm not falling for it. You have to be woke in these times that we're living, because they are doing mental gymnastics on people, and even you have the supporters of the TPLF saying, "Look at this murder. Prime Minister is terrible. He needs to go." It's like, shut up. Like, who are you fooling? Sorry. So yeah, I'm not bothered, really. But I think we Black Africans need to be aware of how devious they can be, and not to fall for their hype and lies. And this is the only way of causing disruption in a country. And we need to also look at who depends on the Nile River. Egypt. Egypt gets all their water from Amhara region. They should really be worshipping the feet we walk on, because we feed them. But instead of celebrating us for giving them water for their dry land, they attack us. They support terrorists, and they want to cause continual disruption for them to eat. But the prophecy, and it's obvious what's going to happen, the economic situation, and they will suffer. We know they will, because you can't rely on one river forever.
Yeah. Wow. And what would be your your message, to your fellow people? Because I talk to my friends, all the time, as I always say, and I'm actually honestly just running out of words when we're texting or when we're talking, and I don't know what to say. I'm running out of, I don't know what to say, but I kind of feel like that this could be the moment that you could actually talk to your people as well, from what is happening. We all know that it's not supposed to be that way, but it's happening. So what would you say to them?
I would would say refrain from like, don't always, like don't follow other people's script. Make your own script. That's what
Uh-huh.
I've got to say.
Like that.
We can't, as Africans, we cannot always read other, follow other people's script, how to act, because they're writing the script and you're behaving how they want you to behave. You should be using critical thinking and saying, who would this attack benefit? Why would it suddenly come out of nowhere? We need to be a lot more smarter because, first of all, we have more melanin. We should be more intelligent than they are. They're writing the script and we are acting in their show. We should be writing the script and they should be following because we have everything. We have the resources. We have everything literally is in Africa and they need to be worshipping us as Africans, because they need us right now and they know that and they don't like that. They don't want us having the upper hand. Generally, all of Africa, so they need us to be always controlled. And that's the only way is through their demonic media with their trumpets, do this, do that. Oh my God, drama, murders. Oh, like, they manufacture chaos. They thrive on black chaos to make themselves feel better. Innocent people being slaughtered. Like it's almost like some ritual to them. So I just think we need to be a lot more, we need to be aware of our actions. We don't want to fuel it and make it bigger than what it is because that suits their narrative and their media. Really, if it's written on newspapers, it should be used for toilet rule. That's how much garbage full of lies, and it's like it's all orchestrated. They say the same thing, they put it on the internet, and it's like somebody's telling them to say something. Right? So we need to have our own alternative media, our African version of their propaganda. That's what that's all I want to say.
Oh, yeah, you actually surprised me. You know why it surprised me? Because I didn't expect to hear this from you from the very beginning. Because you've spoken about being victimized, and it's true right now when you go to on social media and everywhere, that's the only thing you see, and you see people who are really angry and mad, like really really mad, and I want to say if the same thing will happen to me, I'll be, the same way, I'll be mad, to the point that, we uploaded the news here the other day about that. One girl did the news about more than the number she gave, but, we're having, I was reading comments, and all the comments that people were sending to me, it was correction of the number, right? Everybody was just interested in the number that, oh, it's not more than 200, it's more than 1,000, it's more than this and this. But we were talking, we're talking particularly in that week that this is what has happened and this is the information that we got. So we're trying to give that, that number. But you said something very important that I think, I 100%, agree with it, that, we need to write our own script. And yes, they might write something that is not there to show that they're with you and they're trying to be, sympathetic with you, but in the like behind that they have their own agenda that they want to bring, or they want to get rid of somebody, let's say in your government, or they want to get rid of some narratives, because there's and this is happening after what went down just a couple months ago, with the
when our real victims, which were 3,000 killed by the TPLF, signed by the West, encouraged before, there was not a sound on their media, no mention. In fact, they even lied and said the victims, the Amhara victims, were Tigrays. This is how demonic their lies are and how they're all in this. So all of a sudden, they're not even using full Amaras. It's mixture of Amhara and Oromos. So most of them are actually Oromos, but they've classed them as Amaras. Like, how do you know? Like, hello, a lot of Amharas, even Christian Oromos, have left that area of Wadlaka. They've left because of the terrorists. So to suddenly make it seem like Amharas are in danger, this is lies, complete lies. Like, I find that shocking. Like, here they are meddling with tribes again, trying to cause fights. So we just need to be a lot more critical. Those abroad need to start using our brains. Don't just follow whatever media you read on the internet. You know, forget media. Africa needs investment, you know, in terms of building and not talk and lies and misinformation and stuff. And
you know, and to be honest, my sister, is that, you know, one thing that I think we also have to be aware is that, you know, these medias, you know, with all the information that they give, they have their agenda, of course, we know that, but also they just play with us sometimes, and most of the time, I say most of the time, because honestly, there's a lot of people who, and it's always like that. The case is like that always, that a lot of people, you know, because of the conflicts that are happening in Africa, they're actually making money and benefit from it.
Of course.
Like thousand and thousand. They benefit from it, and they sit down, they watch the news, they smile, you know, they're like, this is a good job, this is that. And they love when they see chaos happening in Africa because of the news that we watch. So one day, this media might be your enemy, and then the next day is your friend.
You press mute. You press mute, Mika.
Oh, how did I just lose my
interesting point. What did you say?
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
I cannot hear you. Yeah.
Okay, looks like somebody's muting us then. They're not happy about us talking.
Can you guys hear us?
I cannot hear you. You can't hear me?
I cannot hear you. And
no way.
Can't, yeah. So guys, they can't hear us
now. Who's playing with us?
I can't hear you. Wait.
Can you hear me, guys?
Dang.
I can hear you, Mika. They can hear me.
I can't hear you.
Sarah can definitely hear me. How about now, Mika? Can you hear me? Just keep on talking. I can hear you. Your mic was muted. Hello?
Yeah, with nobody.
Now I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I don't know what's happening. I can't hear you.
Oh my
I can't
God.
hear you.
People in the chat can hear me. We can hear you both. That's what they say. Let's just talk anyway. You know what? Okay, I'm going to send you a message.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, refresh your page. Just keep talking.
Wow.
You know what? Anyway, as Mika was saying, you know, we just have to be...
No, like, they can't hear me, and nobody can... I mean, nobody can hear me.
They're saying they can hear us in the chat. They're saying they can hear us.
You can... Wait, can you hear us?
Yes. They say they can hear us.
Can you guys hear us? You can hear us? Okay, if you can hear, but I cannot hear, you know, I cannot hear my sister, so it's going to be really hard to have conversation with her. Like,
okay.
Can you guys hear our sister here?
They can hear both of us. They can hear.
Oh, and this is really strange.
Like I said, YouTube is playing games.
Let me try to refresh this.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. I'm just having a cup of tea.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Okay, now I can hear you. Now I can hear you.
That was a bit of a glitch.
You know what happened? Like, I was not even touching my laptop, but it was just like as if someone was working on the laptop, so it was mute. And then this page, like, it was moved to another page. So I was just as if somebody was doing it behind the thing. That's crazy.
I know. I thought I pressed mute on you. I thought I pressed the mute because it said mute.
No, but you cannot. Even if you do, like, you cannot mute because I'm hosting. Unless if you're
exactly. That's what I thought. And I'm like, Who muted me, Clark? I can see the mute button. So what were you saying to the
Yeah,
people?
yeah. So I was saying that we have like we'll be a fool to think that the world is behind us, Africa. Like we'll be a fool to think even for a second that the world cares about Africa, the world is behind Africa. We'll be a fool to think about that. You have to erase that narrative in your mind to know that you are on your own as Africa. So whenever you see a positive whatever news about Africa, or whatever you see that certain media is siding with you, you have to question. As
Of
that's what you
course.
were saying. You have to
That's what
question
I
yourself.
was genuinely surprised when they realized who we were, because we were shouting out our name. You know, they tried to erase our territory, you know, during the Welkai Tega Day. They were calling it Western Tigray when that region was never existed. It was always Welkai Tega Day, Humara Raya, which is historical Amhara lands. But they even tried to like lie about our regions and wipe us off the map. And that's why we were like, hello, we Amharas exist. Like, why are they lying? And you know, our deaths, which was real at the time, 3,000 massacred, you know, by this terrorist group in Tigray, TPLF. You know, they were quiet, and all of a sudden now, with this planned assassination, they keep saying Amhara genocide. Like they're trying to manifest the genocide on our people when we are natural warriors. Like, you know, do you know what I mean? So it doesn't make sense. It's fake.
I don't know if she had the same problem just happened to her, but well, I didn't move her. You know, she just disappeared like that. It's very interesting here, guys. Well, I think our sister, she pointed out something very important, and it's really, I want to tell you guys this, that you know, when we were sharing this news, it was really hard for me to share this news because like in this news we specify what we know, you know, what we find out about, not what we see on the Western media, what the Western media is saying, but we specify what we know that is happening in the ground, right? So maybe we don't have a correct information, but at least the number that we wrote there, it's more than, that's what we wrote because that is out there. But I want to say these guys that we really cannot expect the world to be behind us. You can't expect that. You guys have seen what has happened in this war that is going on right outside of Africa. You know, I can't mention because of YouTube thing, right? Outside of Africa, you guys have seen what is happening, and you have seen how much the world just came together, you know, for that. And you can see to immigrants, you know, who are moving away from this country, going to different countries in parts of Europe and parts of the world, right? And you've seen even some of the immigrants, they're going to go to Rwanda, right, from the UK, which it's, you know, I really, I mean, I don't know what to say, but we have a lot of migrants in Africa as well. But the point is, you have seen how the world is coming together and trying to solve this issue, and not even solve, but they're trying to do everything they can to show them that, hey, yeah, this and this. Now it's the only thing that you always hear, right? But in Africa, we have those stuff for decades, for years. And just today, I shared the news of immigrants. They call them illegal immigrants. Even if they're illegal immigrants, they say illegal immigrants as if it's right for them to kill them because they're illegal. That's how they're labeling them. All the news, they say illegal Africans immigrants have been killed as they were trying to pass, you know, to cross over the border. I mean the Moroccan Spain border. Illegal migrants. They were killed, and we have seen a lot of migrants coming from that nation, whatever it is, running to Europe, and they were given a home and they were supported, and the whole world came together to support that. But our people, when they're trying to walk away, they've been killed, and nobody is talking about it or supporting it. Why I'm saying this? I'm not saying this for you guys to feel sorry about yourself, but I'm saying this for you guys to know the sad truth that the world is not with you. The world is not on your side. That's why I always say this on my speech. that when the system of this world were created, Africa was outside of the picture. Africa was not even thought of. Africa, it was just slaves. All right. When this system was created, they were just thinking about Africa as a slave. That's how Africa was. Like, this system does not include Africa. Africa is somewhere there that, okay, in all this plan that we have, now we have Africa there to support us for our goal. So just like, this is sad truth, just like Africans have been slaves for a long time, the same way the continent of Africa is a slave to other continents. Do you understand what I'm saying there? I've never thought about this concept. It's a new concept. I got to say this again. Just like Africans were slaves for a long time ago, and Africans, they stood to fight for that, to be free. Civil rights and all those stuff, they fight to be free. And they were free, which means that freedom, we can talk about it again. But the plan now is for the continent to be slave to all other continents. The continent of Africa to work for the world. The resources that are coming from Africa to benefit others. Just like the strong African men and women, they went outside to build those countries, to work slave day and night to make sure that those countries, they are the way they are today. It's because of the blood, sweat, and tears of Black people. The same thing is happening right now with the continent. That the continent, it's a slave. The continent of Africa, it's a slave to other continents in the world. It's a slave to America. It's a slave to Europe. It's a slave even to India. It's a slave to China. It's a slave to Asia in general. China is not a continent. So the idea is the continent to be a slave. And how can you enslave the continent? Well, it's very simple. It's very simple. Give your loans, give your aids. Trap them with debt trap. Build everything you know. Build, if it is African Union, build by using Chinese. If it is all the big projects in Africa, use by using something else. So now we are in the point whereby the whole continent is a slave to other continents out there. When you look at all these continents we have, you see Africa down there, and Africa is a slave to all other continents out there. Let me ask you a question. If your continent is a slave to other continents, what does that make you? Because the plan before was just for men to be a slave, but the plan right now is for the continent to be a slave. What does that make you? My friend, you African who are dwelling in Africa, you African who are dwelling in this continent that has become a slave to other continents. Because this continent save other continents. Because this continent feed. Because this continent bring light to other countries out there. Because this continent save people's life. What does that make you? And you will sit there thinking that they care about Africa. They care about this continent. The continent that is pretty much a slave to other continents out there. It's sad. Because they'll be watching this live stream and just laugh that, oh, you're trying to fight for this. It will never happen because you're already a slave and you don't even know. You know, that's the worst thing. That's why we say in our mission to decolonize the mind. Because if for 1 second you think that the world cares about you, what you see on the media, even if they're on your side, there's always another agenda. That's what I want to tell you guys. You have to know that. You have to find your own truth. I said in my speech that the truth is that still small voice inside of you that tells you something. That is the truth we're talking about. And let me show you this video again, because I really need to share this video again with you guys. This video of the truth and the speech that I gave. And I share this again, the truth, hashtag the truth. I share this again for you guys to see, because man, this is the truth about this continent. It is the truth about what is happening in Africa. And I want you guys to watch this video. I want you guys to get this video. I want you guys to spread the word, because this is how we decolonize our mind. When are we going to have bright days in Africa, man? When we know the truth. When we know the truth, when we accept the sad truth that nobody outside of Africa, nobody away from this continent cares about Africa. When are we gonna have bright days in Africa? When we understand that nobody out there wishes best for Africa, nobody out there who gives the money to support Africa wishes the best for Africa. There's no such a thing in this world. There's only business whereby you invest your money and you make profit. That's what happens with this continent. There's nothing for free. If someone put the money, because they do believe that they will generate profit from the money they invest in the continent. It's a business. It is a business. It is a business. Human beings are not God. We all have this messed up mentality of creating profit. And the sad part is that this business that we are in is costing people's life. And there's nobody else to blame there but us Africans who are allowing it to happen even today. Even today. And it's sad that this continent is becoming a slave to someone else out there. Before I play this video, I see my sister here, BJ. Let me bring her in first, and then I'm going to go ahead to play this video. It's really sad that our continent is becoming a slave. BJ, thank you for joining me. This is the first time for you to join my session.
Oh, wow. It's great to be here. I just want to... Thank you.
For a second, I thought maybe you hate me or you don't like me. Why she never joined my session? But I'm glad that today we're clearing that up.
No, could never. What you've created is just something that's so needed because so many people are believing the hype, and you said, why doesn't anybody care about Africa? That's not true. Everybody cares about Africa because we got to get everything from Africa. Oh, yeah. The problem comes in is that they don't care about you who are in Africa. Mm. And therefore, you have to care about yourself more than you care about them. Mm. Mm. Because they're doing what they're supposed to do. Mm. Getting my resources for, like the concept in real estate. Mm. Buy low, sell high. Everything is always buy low, get for nothing. And you flip it around and you're going to put all the money and all the profits in your pocket. Mm. So until you write yourselves into the story, how are you going to profit from it? And all these little conflicts is all about they want whatever resources sitting there, create a bunch of conflict, get people looking, and who knows, it may not even be the area, Ethiopia that they're concerned about. They might be trying to keep you distracted over there because you can't see what they're doing on the block around the corner. Mm. The smoke and mirrors is just endless. And therefore, you always have to put your own interests first. And stop arguing with your cousins, and your aunties, and your uncles, because that's not going to get rid of the real issue, is the person who has the foot on your neck. Come together and get the foot off your neck. And then you can start figuring out your issues with your cousins, uncles, and aunties, and everybody else.
Wow. Wow. What you're just saying right now, even Pi had to add something, and he's saying that it's not the job of other continents to build Africa. They aren't Africa. And it's 100% truth, what you're saying. It's 100% truth. It's not their job. They're not here to build Africa. They're here to exploit Africa.
Yes.
The sooner we understand that, we agree with that, the sooner we'll start working on the plan B to create our own business, to create our own economies, to create our own developments, and to save our people from all these tragedies that are going on and are happening every single day. And we need to stop this. It needs to come to an end when we realize that they're not here to build you, they're here to destroy you.
And the thing is that maybe if you brought out the original maps of Africa, maybe then in people's heads they realize, oh, we are the same people. We're not really different tribes. We're part of the same nations. Why are
Mm.
we really fighting? Because
Mm.
what they do, the divide and conquer, the divide and conquer, pay somebody off and put a conflict in the middle of it to keep it going so that I could keep stealing what I need to steal, put in the boat, making myself rich.
Mm. Mm.
And when you get rid of everybody, then they'll eventually get rid of their pawns as well.
Mm. Mm.
And you got to figure out a way to slow that down and stop it.
Mm.
Because those who are in your country that's causing the conflict may be bought and paid soldiers made to
Mm.
look like you. Who knows where they came from? Because their allegiance is not to you.
Mm.
So why are you sitting up there listening and contributing to your own demise?
Mm. 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 Oh, BJ, I appreciate you. I have somebody on the line as well here. Let me bring him in. Adisu Tamiru. Adisu Tamiru. How are you, my brother?
Hello.
Hello, Adisu. Hey, Adisu. What's up, man?
Can you hear us?
All right, my brother. Let me know when you're ready in the private chat, and then I'll bring you in as well to contribute. Adisu, can you hear me? All right. Yes, BJ.
It's just, again, coming from America, we have lived hundreds of years, really millenniums plus hundreds of years in this
Mm.
system, and we see the tricks and how they play and how those who are being oppressed is all of a sudden turned into the oppressor. And it then becomes, it's not us, it's you. You're the cause of your problems. And oh, it's not this. If you just work harder, if you do this, and you keep jumping into these different buckets, thinking things are going to get better, and really all you're just doing is changing one bucket for another.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you got to sit down and say, what works for Africa? What works for Africa? Let's put these issues, because we know we got them, to the back burner. Let's solve this problem first, and then we can go and figure out the rest of the stuff. Because you can't do it all at once.
Yeah.
And you look at any other country and you see how they align based upon certain, agendas. And they put everything on the back burner because they know that's critical to their survival. But Africa is too busy, like, I'm in this tribe, I'm here, I'm there, and again, those ships are leaving your coast with every resource you have and building up the world. Because would the world be able to survive without you and what you got? So with that, you should know you are very important, critical to the survival of everything on this planet. And once you start seeing yourself as this entity that is sustaining the world and not dependent upon the world, maybe the mindsets will begin to change.
Indeed. 1,000%. 100%. 100%. As you're talking, I just had to tweet something here that is just coming in my mind that, the truth is we can't change Africa by running away from Africa. It's impossible. It's impossible to change something if you're running away from the problem. You have to face, that issue, in order to change it. That's what we got to do. And again, that aside, everything that is happening right now, in our continent, we need to have a brighter days, and we need to have it sooner, because the longer we wait, the longer we're losing, our people every single day, and they're just, dying like chicken,
Well,
and
the thing is that again, I'm not in Africa, so I don't know how the media is being portrayed to your people in your country, on your continent, in your countries.
Yeah.
But I know we sugarcoat everything in the West. So you're thinking this, you know, milk and honey and gold and look at all these wonderful things. But if you peel back the onion, skins of the onion, we're probably facing worse problems than what you're dealing with over there. People have to open their eyes to it. If I'm going over there, I'm going over to these countries to be able to, you know, achieve this X, Y, and Z or whatever. And that's fine. But don't sugarcoat it like over here is going to be your, you know, your paradise. You won't have any problems. Everything will be wonderful. Everything will be great, because it's not. You know, don't you have to look at what the West is, and what it costs to be in the West, and compare it to what you're dealing with at home. Because not everybody is Jay-Z, Beyonce, you know, Elon Musk. Not many of us who stay here can't even get nowhere near that. So if you're thinking that as soon as you land on these shores, everything is going to be fantastic, great, you're going to get all these whatever. Even if you did, it still comes at a cost, and you have to sit down and decide: is it worth the cost? What am I really gaining? What is the difference between what I'm gaining here versus what I can gain at home if I do X, Y, and Z? You know?
Yeah. 1000%. And I mean, I really, you know, when I was watching the you know, those videos that we shared today of, you know, like, you know, 30 plus Africans who died, you know, that's what was going on in my mind, man. I was thinking that, you know, I was watching this video that these people running with joy. They don't know that they're going to actually encounter death. And way that we're running away from Africa. Oh, we're running away from Africa, going somewhere else. And then the moment you just reach the borders, you know, the reality, you know, it's there. It's to embrace you like you're running to your death.
Yeah.
You like you don't even know that you're running from, you think you're running from death, but you're actually running from safety, and then you're running to death. You know, because that is instant death. At least you can fight, you know, and survive to some extent. But you know, running away like you're and I'm not here to judge that, but you know, and that's why I feel like responsible to, we have to educate our people, and I think in this part, you guys, you know, BJ, you can play a big role in this to actually educate our people to know and to actually understand that, you know, it's not like milk and honey, you know, as we think it is, you know, running away from home and going, because you see a lot of people who wants to come back home to Africa, you know, after experiencing all those stuff.
And because the money and the things that you have to do to get back is too hard. Because once you're in a trap and then you on that hamster wheel and you're in the rat race, it leaves very little resources for you to say, okay, I'm ready to go. I mean, so once you get in, it's hard to get out.
Indeed. Yeah.
And so some people just acclimate to it and say, this is, you know, okay, and you people lie to yourselves every day. Oh, this is just one of the greatest. He beats me, but I really love him. He's just such a wonderful person. Open your eyes. You need to leave this loser. No, it's really not as bad as what everybody's saying, what they think. Your arm is now broken. You need to get out. Oh no. So we keep convincing ourselves that the what we're going through is not as bad as what it is, when in reality we know. We just don't know how to get out of it. You know, and the imaging of, you know, if once that image meets national news, that means there is a reason why they're putting that image out. And most of the time when they do imaging, because again, being in Americas, every so many years, it's got to be a slavery movie. It's got to be the this and that, because they keep those images of the death and the blood and the sac, and it does something to you. So they always want to keep you in that same state. They want you always to feel like you're oppressed, There's nothing you can do about it. These are the things that happened then and that currently happen now, and they will always happen in the future. That's how they keep you paralyzed.
Mm. That's true. Well, Adisu Tamiru, he's back. Let's see if we can hear him right now. Hey, Adisu Tamiru, my brother. How are you?
Hello. You okay?
Hello, how are you?
Okay.
I'm good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
yes. I can hear you, Adisu.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Yes, my brother. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Mm-hmm.
I was following you, your conversation. I think you are discussing on how we will have birthdays in Africa.
Yes, yes.
So just to have a birthday in Africa, just I think just we have to change our mindset, our idea about our continent, about Africa.
Absolutely.
I think this generation, I think it doesn't know about Africa. We don't know what we have in our continent. We don't know our culture. We don't know our resources.
Mm.
So that's why we are running out of the continent. That's why we are migrating to other continents. We don't know about our continents. So just we have to work on the mindset of the generation. We have to work on the awareness. We have to educate our generation. Otherwise, it is difficult to have birthdays in Africa. For example, if you see even the religious leaders, their prayer is always to leave Africa. They don't pray to stay in Africa. They pray to go to America or to go to Europe or to go to Asia. So how can the new generation will have a good idea about Africa?
Just like what they do in America and the West, constantly put those images of milk and honey and look at the gold and the girls and the house and this. You have to do the same thing. Show what you have. And people may look like, well, I want to go there when I get this right in my backyard. They always show us your images of the poor children in the village with no food and a fat belly. So for us, well, we have a nickel to get over there on a plane or a boat or even a tire. So, that's a whole nother story. But so a lot of people who did have the resources had the idea. Some a lot of social workers, whatever, would go over to Africa, but the majority of us wouldn't because, like what is there? But everybody else is coming because they knew what was there. And that's because of marketing and imaging. That media thing is powerful.
Oh, Adisu is gone again. I was wanting to make some food. I thought it's gonna be talking, but well, yeah, I had to put this mission right here because that's what we stand for: change of the mindset, decolonize the mind, and everything. And I think in this part, I love the fact that in this session today we had a first sister here. She was actually just speaking the truth, and
yes,
Jay here speaking the truth, and I think that's what we have to do, especially when all these tragedies are happening. It's very easy to be swayed away with with everything that is happening, and um, and I understand, because I understand, because it's not easy to think critically when there's a tragedy like these things that are happening in Africa. But at the same time, I want us to be a generation that will always seek for truth, will always search for it, will always write our own script. I love that, the way that she used. We have to write our own script, because it seems like someone else is writing and we are
Yep.
reading it, and we're dancing it. Someone else write that script, another director
And
outside
then
of our.
you become whatever character is in the script that's being written, whether
Exactly.
you agree with it or not.
Exactly. And that's, I think that's how it happened, with the continent. Like I've spoken before about losing our identity, right? Our heritages to be renamed, our countries to be renamed, and everything. It's kind of like somebody was a director, that he said, "Hey, I found Africa. This is the continent I found," and then just wrote a movie that, this country will be called this one, it will be called this one, it will be called that one, and then just draw the figures of the borders of Africa, like separate this. It will be like this. It will be like this. It will be like this. It will be called like Francophone area. And now you have people speaking that language. This will be for Portuguese. This will be for English people. This will be for German. And this will be for whatever. They just divide it like that, write a script and give to Africa. And right now we're dancing and enjoying it. This is my Africa.
And looking at each other as being the enemy, and the real enemy, and caused all the problems, and not sitting down and looking at your history and seeing, because we have the same problem here. Why did Britain, we all know why Napoleon, because Haiti did what he did, and they did, and Napoleon, like, I'm tired of this, they get too powerful, let's go. But we don't talk, we really know, outside of Harriet Tubman, who freed, slaves, they don't talk about the rebellions.
Yeah.
So you guys, people sit down now thinking, well, y'all didn't do nothing. Y'all just let it happen. Why, y'all didn't even have our backs. Why did y'all? But they did. And nobody's writing those stories.
Yeah.
They fought against what was going on. People died to try to save and keep each other free. It's just the weapons were bigger and bolder. And now they're using the weapons of mental colonization, so they don't have to pull the gun out anymore.
I've actually just seen that this guy, his name is, who say the history, they said this guy, his name is Frederick Douglass, the guy actually who brought freedom, to a lot of Black people. But the history, they say Abraham Lincoln, he did that. So this guy was talking about that. No, that's what the history says, but it's not true, because this is the guy who wanted to move all Black people to Liberia, right? Like taking them away, and you cannot praise him that he's the one who freed, slave, but it's this Black dude that nobody talks about. Frederick, I need to remember, Douglass. Yeah, Douglass. Frederick. Wow, like it was really mind blowing, because I never heard that before. So when I saw this video, and I'm actually thinking about, should I share it or not, because I don't want to receive another blog,
and the thing is even with Lincoln, there was an abolitionist, and I forgot the other name for the other group, but it began with A. He was not. Lincoln's whole point was, I don't really want to free him, but I got to. So that's what I'll do. So he was not against slavery. He just knew at that point in time in history that it was a matter of the West was trying to expand. The South had all the power because they had all the slaves. And then we was 5/8 of a human, because again, that gave them the numbers. So it's either the South was going to rule the country and then close the North out, or we're going to have to do something different. So it's a power struggle. And if they would have brought slavery into the West, that meant, free labor is free labor. How can you compete against that? So it's almost the same thing that you guys are dealing with on your end. It's the same technique that they use all over. They call it a different name, but it's still the same thing, where they force you guys to go into the mines and pull the gold and the diamonds and everything else out, not compensating you and telling you, oh, that's all you know how to do. We're doing you a favor because we gave you a job. No, we built America. The people who came over on those boats were not just working on the farms. These were architects. These were engineers. These were carpenters, all kinds of industry. That's why they brought them over, because it's like somebody that built this empty country. So we have to understand that we are a gifted people. Stop looking at yourself through somebody else's eyes.
Mm. Yeah. It's very sad, man. This concept that we are talking about today, it's really blowing up my mind. I've mentioned it before, and the more I think about it right now, it's it's out there, man. Like, our people might not be slave today, but our continent is. And
but we're waking, but you're waking up.
Yeah.
And just like when a lion is asleep, what they do, stretch their back first, then they take a couple of steps. And I ain't never seen a lion up close, so I don't know what the next step after that. But it sounds like somebody's dinner, but I don't know.
Wow.
Hey.
Hello. Can I just say a very interesting conversation? Over the weekend, I went to an English heritage old building. Now, for those who don't know, English heritage buildings are old buildings built over 100 years ago, usually on the profit of slavery of Black people, the Caribbean, America at the time, who knows. But yeah, I was just in the building and there was a tour guide giving a tour about this particular English heritage building. And people were just following along, looking at the pictures, fancy, stone masonry and everything. And they were like, oh, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. And then I just sort of said a comment, like, what I said to you earlier on. I said, you do realize all this was built by Black people, the proceeds of free labor in the Caribbean. It was built by that. And you'll be surprised how many white people don't even know that. They don't even know that these, America, we call them plantation houses, but in the UK, we have like stone, really fancy buildings, and it's all built on the backs of slavery. And they have no idea.
Even those same Black people may actually have physically built the thing as well.
They even physically, like I said, they physically built it. But when you go on these tours, they make you feel like Black people don't belong here. Like they didn't build it. Like there's no connection to it. Because the way that they do their tours, it's like, like Downtown Abbey, where they erase all the Black people. But even Downtown Abbey, that building was built on the proceeds of slavery. And there would have been Black servants, there would have been Black people there at that time. But when you see the film, there's no Black people in it. So they're erasing the historical Black people that built these lands. And this particular English heritage building, there was a Black mixed race woman whose picture was on the wall. And so that was fascinating to them. And, they just couldn't believe a Black woman lived in such a fancy building. Like, oh, she was a slave. Like, there's this negative talk. And I said, hold on, her uncle, she's the niece of the guy that owned the building. And she's a member of the family. She has every right to live there. She didn't live in the back quarters, like, because they've got this idea that because she's the Black one, she would not have been treated equally like her other white nieces. And I said, that's not true. The slave masters, they would have had these kids, from Black women, but they're still part of the household and they would have got inheritance. And, I had to explain to them, they were not, because of slavery, they weren't just like put aside, not in the UK anyway. Once you're in UK soil, everyone is equal, and there were Black people everywhere. So even they don't even know this history. And the woman said to me, thank you so much. This white woman said to me, thank you so much. I learned so much just through a conversation with you. Yeah. Then she from the tour guide. because the tour guide.
Because again, there was Black kings of England before all this, and they whitewashed that all out. Let's take those pieces out. And the reason why they take the pieces out is they don't want you folks over in Africa thinking y'all could be the same thing. We already got the ones over here under control, but we want to make sure you guys don't, like step up and think y'all can be rulers again.
Honestly, it's a joke. Like I said to her, I was like, the woman was like, yes, but the daughter, she was a daughter of a slave. I said, yeah, but at the end of the day, that, his nephew fell in love with this woman. She would have been freed. They wouldn't have a relationship, if she was still a slave. Like they've still got this idea that because he had a child from an African, like that there was no love, or like their mind is completely messed up. And I said, this girl is not a slave because she's his daughter. The painting, she lived a normal life. She married somebody who's upper class, and so even that idea of them mingling with the gentry is out of their mind, because these massive old buildings, they associate with whiteness. And I had to remind Black people built these. The proceeds.
Yeah, but even in her instance, she was not a common person. The way the structure in England is, if she married a duke, she was a duchess. You did not, unlike America, be with whoever you want to be. They were like, you have to stay in your same class, same level, and that's it. So that's probably why I was blowing in mind. How could she achieve that level?
Yeah. And it's like, it's just crazy. Like, even their history is false. They don't even know. And she said, thank you so much for teaching me. It's like, I told them, I was like, in England, like there are more Africans on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, Mika. Do you know that? There's more Africans in the bottom. Mm-hmm. What they used to do was, they'll get the Africans, sink them in the water, and claim insurance when they go back to Britain. And that's how the banking system was born. So
Citibank is one of the big ones still floating around. Tiffany's, and everybody loves Tiffany's, don't they? Tiffany's used to create the chains that was used to keep us in bondage. Look at Tiffany's.
Yes. And this is, I had to explain white old women, who should know better, because they said, I told them the triangle trade, how it was. They would go to Africa, and then they'll take them to the Caribbean, work them, and like they weren't aware of that, and they're like, oh, but didn't the Africans sell them? Like, even they're arguing against their own history. I said, what do you mean sell them? No, they had no choice. If they didn't provide humans, their countries would be bombed. It was a ransom. They had no choice. So that was the trade. And because, it wasn't just England, it was also others. Yes, it was. It was Spain, it was France. And at the time, what they would do is they would all compete for this trade, and they'll also free slaves from, Spain, and promise them, if you fight against the Spanish, if you come fight with us, we'll give you freedom. They never did. And just as BJ said, this was their promise. They used to do that to Africans, fight for us, fight our war, and we'll give you this. And they never did. They always betrayed them. They did the same with the African Americans, by the way. BJ did the same. The Queen Charlotte promised, if the African Americans fight on the British side, we'll give you freedom. Did they do that? No, they didn't.
No, they didn't. Yep, not at all.
Yeah. So, this has been going on for history. Same thing with Haiti. When the Haitians were rising up, that caused problem on the European colonies. They're like, oh no, the others are going to start rising up now. There were so many rebellions. Our people were not just enslaved. Our African people, they knew who they were, and they were constantly fighting rebellion. So in the end, they just decided to stop slavery because there was too much rebellion. So nobody, who knows about that? Nobody, not many people. But they like to say, oh no, we decided to end slavery because it was barbaric, blah blah blah. No, it wasn't. It was not.
It was an economic decision, exactly. And it wasn't in there. And they said, we can't physically enslave you, but we'll enslave your mind. So now they got the babies. We're going to teach you what we want you to learn, and we're going to make sure that you're always looked at as being a lesser than a human being.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at
history.
now.
Yeah, rewriting history, erasing, adding things, you know, white savior. We stopped the slave trade, you know, liars.
Because my question is, okay, you stopped it. Why? Why did you stop it? It was very profitable. Make money. Why you stop it? Nope. Everybody go radio silent.
And you have to know that these people, when they stop, they didn't really stop. I mean, they had a plan B, and that is what we are struggling with, you know, today, because it was very profitable for them, and you know that's why they constantly cannot let go of this continent. You know, that's why I keep saying that if we as a people, we might be, you know, we might not be slaves today, but our continent is, and that was very strategic. Our continent is saving, and it's a slave to the rest of the world, you know, profiting, changing, and just giving them, you know, profit daily. I have my brother Tunija here in the session. It's been a long time to hear, you know, his voice. My brother Tunija, it's good to see you.
Hi, yeah, it's been a while. Greetings. Yeah, I've been dealing with my Nigerian brothers. You can't believe how tough those guys can be. They're tough customers.
Just you one brother, you always shake the room right here. So what about dealing with like 5 of you guys?
Oh my God, those guys can be crazy, man. So yeah, this stuff that I saw today in Morocco is one of those things that really weighs on me a bit when I see our people getting treated like this. And you just observe our leaders just remain silent as if they don't see it. They pretend as if they don't. I don't understand it. How when they see some action, they'll say, you know what, you shouldn't do that on the continent. You can't. If this happened in Europe, can you imagine if this happened in Europe? Let's say, you know, Belgians want to get into France and they just got slaughtered like that or something. That would be crazy. People will have serious problems with that. But in Africa, this stuff happens. The African leaders don't even say anything.
And so the people have to keep rising up and keep speaking it and keep pushing it out. Because just like with our history in America, if it wasn't the people keep pushing it to the forefront, no one would hear about it. The leaders have already showed their alliance. Their alliances to the system that currently exists. And they're taking their little tokens and they're happy and don't bother me.
I agree with you that the people can change. If the people change, the leaders will change. You will have to follow them. Otherwise, they will be removed. And I think that's where, at the crux of it, as a matter of fact, when I'm talking to my Nigerian people, I tend to discuss, I tell them that the people are the ones that need to change. And when they change and make their demands, the leaders will change. So, yeah, it's true. This stuff that keeps happening on the continent, it goes on because our leaders don't see any reason to change. And the same thing, even in the African American community, when you look at some of the things that keeps happening, even with everything that happened with the George Floyd, there's still not one major law that was passed to contain such events from repeating itself. So it just rules that they were changed. So, and instead, the laws are being rolled back every day. So for me, I feel like the society, our communities, we tend to be more aware now than we were maybe even 3 years ago, but the knowledge has not led to serious transformation on the ground yet. And maybe it is coming. We just haven't seen it yet. But it's still heavy to see these things and see African countries still behaving in large parts, behaving as if they were still in the 1920s. You know, I think I heard that Togo and one of that Mozambique is joining the Commonwealth. It's like, why are you joining the Commonwealth? People are trying to leave those things and you're busy joining things that were vestiges of colonization. Yeah, so I don't know. How can African countries do this today? This leader, they don't even consult their people.
Well, people keep forgetting about leaders. Because everybody loved Mr. Kenyan, Barack Obama, and all this other stuff. If you look at his history, the history of every president that ever occurred in America, they're all related. Same blood. You might as well call it the King of England 2.0. I mean, so they're all connected. They're all the same people. And no matter if they don't like each other, they all love each other. They're all aligned. They're all going to make sure each other is okay. What we don't do is, I'm gonna love you in spite of the fact that I don't really like you, but I'm gonna love you. And that's what we had in the past. And the leaders of the past, they had a love for each other. You are my brother. Even though sometimes I don't like my brother, you're still my brother. Now we're living in an age that, you know, we hate everybody. And it's all about what I can get out of it. And let me see how I can wiggle my way up to the top and scrump everybody who's sitting behind me. And what happens to you, that's your fault. So we become so disconnected. Because if you love something, you're not going to want it to hurt you. If you love something, you don't want to see it in pain. If you love something, you're going to say, well, is there a way to help them?
I think the way to get past this problem is to have a way of kind of dealing with this aspect, this financial aspect, whereby our leaders can be bought off and even threatened. You have to have a system where you build loyalty to the community and the people beyond money and beyond, you know, it's my I need my own bag, whatever they call it. So it has to get past that, because if you don't, how do you inspire a people not to betray their own for money?
Well, you know, the thing is, can you, because I mean, I think we sort of tried it here, can you change the system within a system? Or do you have to create another system?
You can change it within the system, but you definitely have to get out. Yeah, you can't remain inside when you are changing it, because the example, there's evidence clearly that the Jews have been within the European countries for 2,000 years, and they kept getting attacked until the last century. They decided that, you know what, maybe we should go and get our own country. Now they are one of the most powerful countries in the world. So there is a limit to what you can do from inside. The Jews actually owned ships that were used for slavery. They had power. They were involved in banking system. Well, look at what happened to them in the last century. You know, and this is why it's important you have a base. And for Black people, they have Africa as a base, but it hasn't counted for anything, because Africa is not technically, they are not even in control of it. And that is where the problem lies.
That has to change. You know, okay, the system is not going to change, but if I support and grow my business and my community within, eventually I'll have a strong enough voice to maybe have changes made. But if they keep you at the bottom, you're never a threat to force any change within that system.
I think, like from what I hear now, some African Americans are doing relatively well. And then sooner or later, this is my problem. It's like they don't have any incentive. They don't have any reason to feel like they need to make sacrifices specifically for the community, because some of them have bought into the idea of, you know, inclusion and integration and stuff like that. And from my own, you know, processing, that integration is not your everyday integration people think that is going to happen. It's more like a gradual grinding away of your people without you knowing, because if you are in a system where other groups dominate, when you are mixing with them, it's not mixing at equal rates. They take one of you and they grind you out. They take another one of you and they grind you out. In other words, over time, your genetic pool will remain in them, but in tiny quantities, just like the Neanderthals.
Yeah, yeah.
So that is what is happening here. And most people don't see that aspect of the action that is taking place, that they are actually being destroyed, but in slow motion.
Yeah. I mean, and again, it's always from multiple points. They just don't come at you from one point. They're coming at you from every angle. And it's and around the globe, it's just bottom line, genocide. Put it in a trick bag. It's just genocide. We want you off this planet.
Yeah, we have to realize that. And I think when people start realizing the consequences of just even saying, you know what, let's just integrate, even when you don't have control of the integration process, then you're asking.
But are you really integrating? What does that mean?
What that means is,
If I have a community that's gated, that's separated from everybody else, I don't have to interact with anybody else. Is that truly integration, or is that just relocation?
I think what they mean by integration is if some of the population. This is what I mean by controlled. It is controlled. It's not like everybody just marrying each other. That's not how it works. It's controlled. Your people kept mixing. Like in Brazil, they are mixing with the lighter races, but you will see that the top people in that country are still the Europeans, and then they will grind. The African population has gone down, even if the African population was once a majority in that country because they had so many slaves there. But their population is getting grounded out because out of every mix you have, they go on to marry lighter people, lighter skinned people.
So it's almost like what has occurred in Australia.
Yeah, it's an extermination, but in slow motion, and that is something. And that is if they don't decide to speed up the process later on, because that's what they tend to do with the Red Indians. If you look at the history of America, they will sign deals with the Red Indians. It's like, you know what, we offended you, we had this fight, but let's just sign this peace deal, and then we'll live peacefully forever after. Then after 50 years, they come back for more. They will keep coming back for more.
Away from them, and then integrate their children into their own culture.
Yeah, before you know it, you are a goner. And this is the name of the game. And we have to decide that sooner or later we have to stop the train and get off and fix our own, because we are not a small people. We are not a small people. We are over 1 billion strong.
But the numbers don't matter if your mind has been colonized.
That is what I mean. I'm asking critical questions. How do you stop somebody from selling their own people out for money? How do you tell them that they need to make sacrifices?
The people at the top are already bought and paid for. And then they have some of them have children who are then going to be bought and paid for. So they're not going to align themselves with you because that's not in their self-interest. So you have to sort of start from the bottom and the middle and start creating those children and leaders who says no more.
But they will still come from the new generation, right? Because they control. If they are the ones controlling the system and they have been bought and paid for, as you said, then if you try to create new generation, they will stop it. And they will still keep them the same way, keep them with the same mentality that they have. So how do you circumvent that? How do you tell the people that, you know what, you need to make these sacrifices for the future of your people and your children?
But you have to tell the truth, and you have to be honest with them. Say, yeah, we got a bunch of sellouts, and this is what they're going to do. What do you want to do? Do you want to be a sellout or not? Some might say, yeah, because they live in large. Well, then you go in the power with the sellouts. I'm done with you, and you keep dealing with those who are like-minded with you and want to fight for your survival. Because it's bottom line, it's a matter of survival. You know, it's not one point in history that we did not have sellouts. But that's still, you know, because even your history in Africa and my history here, that did not stop our ancestors from keep fighting and keep battling. I think what happened with this generation is that they got a little comfortable. I think things have changed, and then, you know, the picture and look, everybody, I'm on TV, whatever, and I can now buy a house in this neighborhood. I'm doing good. And they thought the battle was over, but it just changed a different face. And
I think the generation is feeling a little bit comfortable because they've not seen any overt, you know, attack on the people. The George Floyd incident catalyzed them a bit, and as a matter of fact, it got me to a lot of that. It moved me to a point where I learned a lot more. But they are not there. Our people are not there. And this is why now I understand. I begin to understand why some countries that even Hitler, as popular as he was, resorted to false flag operations, where he had to attack his own country to convince the people to be in a mindset of war. Now I'm beginning to understand why leaders go to this point. Because if your people are asleep, they don't want to wake up to certain things. You begin to see why people get desperate. I don't know what is going to get us there. I really don't. Like these people that were killed today, it's not even a blip on the radar at all. of our people. They're like, oh yeah, they got killed.
Because
okay,
they've seen it so much and they're conditioned that this is the norm. That's what these systems do. They keep pushing images and events at you till you get desensitized to it. And that's why I'm like, you always have to train yourselves, train your children. No, this is not normal. No, this is wrong. No, we need to do something about this.
True. One hair on any African's head that is taken off by force should be questioned, and we should start valuing ourselves. Every single one of us that falls or get treated badly, we have to start regarding. If you cannot regard yourself, why would anybody else respect you? It's just one of those
what
things.
happened in Morocco, every other country in on the continent should be standing up and saying, no, this happened one time too many, no more.
It's terrible. They were treating them, but they were already down and they were kicking them. These people, I don't even understand how some of these men can do some of these things they do. As if these people, I guess, human beings do things, especially soldiers. They are human. They are young people. They have guns and they are thinking violence. So they act really badly. And but how can you not know that you're doing this to fellow Africans and knowing full well there are a lot of black people on the other side of the fence?
But the thing is that nothing happens by accident. Why that image? Of all the images that was put out there, why that one? Why did you have to have the one where they're... See, they always putting out a narrative, and a lot of times people don't want to catch on to it. They're letting you know, you're no better than a dog. Look at what happens to your people if you try to come over here. Your own people don't like you. Look at this, So now those children, those adults to think, oh, I can never trust, a Moroccan because look at what they. So they know what they're doing. They know what they do. They've been playing this game so long and so many millenniums. They know how to manipulate you into falling into their web.
I think Morocco should do better.
Your enemy becomes the Moroccans and not the Spaniards. Because here's a savior who came over with the missionary or whatever. She saved me, so she's an angel, and you're the devil.
I think the Moroccans should do better than they are doing right now. If people are gathering there, they should be getting them and moving them instead of waiting for a border rush to happen. They know this type of thing they are doing, sooner or later they have to account to Africa, because so far what they are doing it for Europeans. Yeah. In other words, they are accountable to Europeans, not to Africans that they are killing.
Well, I mean, but the whole scenario now that you just mentioned that is similar to what just happened a couple of months ago with us in Haiti. And Haiti, the Haitians come across the border and see what happened to them. But people, because where were they? They were in Colombia. They said when that hurricane came through in Haiti in 2005, instead of them bringing them straight to America, they sent them down to Colombia. They kept them there. America would not let them in.
Yeah.
So I think
this is another thing.
Economically, Colombia said, you guys are gonna have to go. They something else is going. I guess the Afghanistanians were coming and look in there. I guess they say it looks like they're letting people in now. You guys gonna have to go up towards the border. But you see the games that are paid on the back end. So it looks like the average person think, oh yeah, these Haitians just got in the boat and came over to the border. No, there was already an agreement that they were supposed to come here, and America stopped that from happening. And then all of a sudden, you see this image.
They will not shoot their people like that. Man. See, our people, we are not organized. If we were organized, the Black Caucus, if they released a statement and said this type of stuff, we don't like to see it on the continent alone, that is a massive powerful statement to make. If when a Jewish group is attacked anywhere in the world, you see a Jewish body will come out and just make a big statement from America, from Europe. You don't see all that. We are just not organized. And if somewhere in Europe now we did that,
you have to get there, because again, if the government isn't going to do nothing, then y'all think this is cool, fine. I'm going to go 40 miles into the village and buy my peas, carrots, and plantains because y'all not doing nothing about that. The way you hit them is in that Dame Blaster pocket. They love that money more than they love anything. You stop that money from flowing, you have more power than you think you do. But y'all all have to come together, not like sometimes here. Oh, but they selling the stuff down the street so for 22 cents. I'll scrap them 40 miles. I'm gonna go over there. So you have to stay unified.
True.
Because you know they're gonna play games to try to break it up.
Well, let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this. How do you think African leaders in general, like, or let's even call it the African Union, can collaborate with the Black Caucus of the US? How do you think that can happen? Is it possible that they can be able to work together?
You mean the Black Caucus in the Congress?
Yeah, in the US.
In our
Black
US
Caucus,
Congress?
yeah, in the US Congress. Or let's put it this way, the Black leadership in America.
They are collaborating.
Are they?
They are collaborating. Because if you notice what both sides are doing, is either side doing anything for the Black people?
That's what I'm saying. They are not collaborating now. So
No, they are. They are the people that we elect do not help the people. They helping certain things, but it's not the people who put them in there. They have pretty little pictures. They go on these little trips. They look at all the wonderful things. It's like a public PR, public relations, campaign. And then they go back and they do absolutely nothing but what's told to them.
I've never seen the Black Caucus and African Union work together or any Black leadership.
No. What I mean is that they are working together because if you see the agenda that they're pushing is never to help you. So they are working. They are doing what they're supposed to do, not to help you. And that's what we got to understand. You keep trying to trust politicians. They are here to keep the same system that's keeping you oppressed unscathed. That's my first and foremost duty. And if I can get you a nickel or free meal at one of the little fundraisers or one of our little presentations, you got your little fish fry and the extra piece of cornbread. What you complain about?
Well, I don't know, man. Because I really wish that, because African Americans are relatively powerful compared to other groups of Black people, like single country. I mean, I think the African Union is powerful.
But we're politically powerful because we come together and we keep, if that happened in Morocco, we're going to keep the pressure on you. No, it may not get everything, but this cannot happen. We have to come together. We have to come together as 54 countries to speak out against this. And then the youth will start saying, well, my people are fighting for maybe I need to stay here. Yeah. And then start creating things for the youth. Everything is the grassroots. They don't get the shine on them like they should because they're the ones who make the differences. They're the ones who make the change. It's not the people sitting up there in Washington, D.C. They're making the change because they're forced to make the change. And the change that they usually make is only temporary, if not minute.
Yeah. They said they have this Pan-African Parliament. I don't know how they have this organization and they don't seem to be reaching the people. They just seem to be existing somewhere in the ether.
No, they're sitting in Parliament to do what they're supposed to do. Keep Parliament together. They got a seat at the table. No power, but seat at the table, and they can wear their little nice little dresses and go to the fancy little parties. And they probably been told when they came in there, don't think you're finna do X, Y, and Z or because otherwise you're gonna lose. See, you're groomed. You're groomed into that position, just like a pimp grooms his little streetwalker. And then streetwalker know what they can and what they can't do. But in the end of the day, when a streetwalker go back home, she give them all their money. All the money that she earned, she gets absolutely nothing. So it's the same thing.
Wow, that is ridiculous. I think African Union and African Parliament and all those things, they really need to start getting closer to these people. And for me anyway, in Nigeria, I always say that the people need to start making demands like they did with NSAS.
Yes.
The NSAS people got everything they wanted.
And see, you can't stop the pressure. The pressure has to constantly be there, because just like the pressure coming from them is constantly there. Now, when the pressure from them stops, then you can probably stop putting the pressure on them. But once you stop, they're gonna rewrite the narrative or either make the whole scenario disappear and then act like everything's great, and then they're slowly gonna revert back to what it originally was doing.
So how do you think the African Americans can put pressure on their leaders then?
Well, one is that we come together, we organize, we bring those demands to them, and then again, the biggest pressure you have is that nickel in your pocket. Stop spending money. Yeah. They ain't making no money. They ain't gonna be happy. Do what you got to do because you got to get that money.
Do they all go to African American churches?
Huh?
Do all the Black American leaders, like the House of Congress, senators, and elites, do they attend African American churches?
Well, some do, but you got to understand, back in the 70s, the government infiltrated our churches.
Yeah, that's church is not a good avenue. Literally, the education and religious system, especially in the diaspora, in the Caribbean, in the U.S. If you say you're going to start some kind of movement in church, it's like the education system is just not going to work. That's not a good avenue.
No, because once they infiltrated it and brought that money in, and now the money is coming through, you have to follow these rules and do these different things. They have their powers has been really diminished.
The reason why I said that was because at least you know that a lot of Black people gather there and the leaders show up there, so you could use you can use that, tap into that to hold them accountable.
Kamala Harris went to all the churches, did all the photo things and all this other stuff, and what in California she did. Oh, if your child don't go to school, we're gonna put you in jail because that child is truant. Is that helping out that community? Is that helping build that community up? Is that helping the problem that maybe that mother might have 2 or 3 jobs? You know, you're already in California, it probably take you 17 hours to get back and forth to work anyway. What is going to happen to that kid? Now I'm in jail. That means a huge influx of foster kids, because now you're going to take all the kids out of the house. But this is your now Vice President of the United States, and I care about Black people.
Maybe they should have some kind of rating system. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to bring. I mean, we already have Pi here. He also want to contribute. We have Biggie. We have our sister Bat as well. Yeah, let me go to Pi first. He was here, and then I will go to Biggie, and then our sister as well.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on, I think it was Tunaja's earlier question. How can you be more integrated? I think there has to be, like, for example, me, when I was younger, like, I was in Chinese language and culture club. So basically all the Chinese people, they all got together, whether it's from Singapore, China, or in Taiwan. That has to be how it is in Africa. It's to me like a cultural center. Like, maybe we can create like some kind of like a One Africa Youth League where the Africans, Black Americans, and those that are in the diaspora just in general can get together and be able to exchange information, be able to hang out with each other, talk about these different issues. Because even I believe that the reason why, at least my concept of the Caribbean, is the reason why they can't be too neo-colonial over there compared to Africa is because if one Caribbean person gets killed in America, it will become global news. It'll be shared everywhere, and they will march on our behalf. But that's not how it is in Africa. You know what I mean, Tunaja?
I get what you're saying.
It doesn't become global news. It won't reach global news.
How it's true. This is why if we had some kind of organization that we work together, it does. If Africans don't say anything, the ones in diaspora can make the noise. Like for other communities, you see a group of them will just show up for a press conference in the US and they will make a statement. And that statement has implications because if you don't move, because they are organized, they can gang up together against whoever they are criticizing. And this has proven to be very effective. I even saw a video recently that the former Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu was bragging about how 80% of the US is on the side of Israel because they had such a grip of the narrative. And no, he's in Israel doing his own thing, but they have such powerful influence in the US. And yet,
imagine again, it's like what we just talked about before. The Jewish people that are wherever they are, even though they're very, very small in number, I think they make up less than 5% of the global population. Wherever they are, they all stick together. Their economies are linked. The people are linked. The military back home is linked in Israel. If anything happens in the Israeli police and the Israeli military, the Israeli people will mobilize. That is not how we are at the moment. That's the problem.
And if they don't, the Jewish community gonna pull those dollars out those banks, and
right, they can always go back to Israel. Their nation state always supports them no matter what. That's not how it is. That's right now.
And I just think the Black community needs to start supporting Black women, empowering Black women, because we are the culture. We pass the culture. And what I'm finding really offensive is when it comes to Africa, we have white women trying to speak for us. And I find that insulting. I find their behavior very, very, very dangerous on the continent.
Absolutely.
They're awful. As soon as they get there, they think, they flex their white privilege. And, they because Africa's narrative has been so dominated and colonized, by their media, you have white women parading themselves on the continent, behaving like NGO Karens, and they just make me sick. Like, they keep doing Zoom meetings in hotel lobbies, switching off the TV, like there's some sort of important person, and and they're very dangerous, and you'd find them infiltrating every single Black spaces. They're there. Just there, hovering, breathing under our faces. And they're also another one to be watched, because, there they are speaking for Black women, and they just need to be quiet.
And they're bringing forth their men's agenda.
I've not seen white women lately. I think that was happening more in like 90s and early 2000s. But I think they've realized now that is not a good look. And they moved on from sending their NGOs. They use Africans now to do these things.
Yeah, conquered Africans, exactly that.
Yes, they use Africans to do these things. Yeah.
The funny thing is with our people, when they try and use our people, because we're such truthful people that even when they lie, we know that the African reporter knows that, we know that he knows that it's BS, and he's just reporting because he's getting paid, or she's reporting because she's getting paid. So yeah, it's funny, but we're just fed up of non-Africans speaking for us as African women. We do exist. Africa has, 50% are female. That part seems to be raised, and for some reason, they just speak to men.
When did you get that it is erased? I can tell you right now, Nigerian women are not kidding around. No, and when you say empowering, what do you actually mean?
Raised in the conversation, in the discussions, important discussions. When
you mean part of political power?
Yeah, like when there's an election, you don't see a woman in there. You just see men hovering and deciding the fate of the country.
In Rwanda, I think about 60% of the lawmakers, I believe, are actually women. And when they have social issues in their country, they actually have a say in it. So I agree with that one. It's not continent-wide.
Real meaningful power, not just ceremonial. I just think, African women, they really are rising up, and they've had enough. And I see it with my African American sisters on the continent there as well. They're just fed up of being muled by American white and dominated Black men.
I see. I don't buy into that narrative. I think societies have to decide what they want from their people. If you feel like you need to grow your population, that is not the time to encourage women to be staying away from the home.
No, but they obviously have more brain cells, and they're more intelligent, and we need to start empowering women.
That is a sweeping statement there,
our culture.
Can I elaborate on that one? I kind of agree with her, because I believe once black men get into power, it's kind of hard for them, especially someone that is single, because they engage in like prostitution, greed, corruption. Even the, as I said before, we talked about this many times, our only Pan-Africanist leader in the Caribbean, she's our prime minister, and she's the one that's reaching out to the other countries in whether it's Kenya, South Africa, even in in Ghana. She's the one that's doing it. You know what I mean? And they're ranked 29th on the corruption index. They're ranked higher than any black country that's in Asia, that's in Africa at the moment. And I believe that once you put someone that's a woman in a prime minister or presidential position, I believe that they're less likely to be like greedy or corrupt because they care more about their country than they care about their actual their spouse. You know what I mean?
I think when you see women out there doing stuff, it's a failure of the men. And it's not the ideal situation you want to see.
Well,
let me say my point. Let me finish what I'm trying to say here, because see, I'm not trying to diminish women. I'm actually trying to elevate them. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Being sent to Nigeria, that just shows you bad leadership of males.
Can I just finish what I'm saying? I'm saying that when women get out there to do stuff like that, they are moving out from the roles that they are more comfortable at, that than doing things that or the other group, which is not the most efficient one. Let me put it this way. Men, their role, there's a reason why almost all the countries founded in the world are by men. There is a reason why most of the dangerous things are going to in Africa too. It's true too in Africa.
No, our history is matrimonial, is matriarchal. Even
I think that is something people just made up to make people feel good.
You haven't read
but the truth is that I know the history of Africa. Even we know the kings of Benin Kingdom, we know the kings of Oyo Kingdom, we know the kings of Mali. See, it's men's role to do these things. When a woman is 6 months pregnant, she's basically disabled. She cannot do things. See, come on, let's not pretend.
But because they work up until life.
You can't see.
How do you go out in the field for battle with 6 months, 7 months pregnant and raise the next generation? How do you do that?
Have you seen American history?
If you look at
we used to do it.
There's a lot.
We have to be careful when we start buying into narratives of the West.
Hold on tonight, we have to connect what we're saying on what's actually happening on the ground right now. If you look at the New Zealand Prime Minister, her country is safe. If you look at the Barbados Prime Minister, her country is safe. If you look at the Taiwanese Prime Minister, the Taiwanese President, she's going against a country that has over 4 million soldiers and is able to still keep it safe, despite being almost 10,000% less. 10,000% less. What's it called?
Who founded that nation? Who founded the nation?
Of course, it's men that founded the nation.
Exactly. So
the nation
doesn't mean that women cannot rule. I never said anything that women not ruling. I'm just saying that there are rules in this world, and I don't even understand why somehow women just think that. See, pardon, the world has rules. It's just basic. I believe that men are basically appendages.
Mother Earth is a female Earth. You do know
that? Yes. But if you let me finish, you hear what I'm saying. Men are basically appendages of women. Women, as part of the species, are more valuable, even if men are more potent. So they have to be protected. They have to be away from danger. They're around the next generation all the time. They have to be around the next generation. You can't expose the next generation to danger. Have you seen?
We're not talking about the military, though. We're talking about.
I'm talking about society, societally.
Less greed.
See, societally, because how do you make decisions based on things that you don't see? If you are trying to keep the women away from danger, let's say you are going hunting, you know where the lions are, you know where everything is. How does the woman make law for people that actually go hunting?
But tonight, we're talking about we're not talking about the military, though. That's of course.
But I'm talking about lions. I'm not talking about this. I'm just trying to let you understand that men are the risk takers that go out there to take risks and this a kind of, how do I put it, clear a path for the species to move forward. Then the women come in and create the next generation and move forward. In the end, all men do is to serve the women, really.
Okay, but Tunaja, can I ask you a question? How is it going for the continent right now? Because again, as I said before,
can I just say this,
leader
please?
is a woman.
Because the men have tools
in the Caribbean.
Before that, let them finish first, and I have Big E to talk. But before that, we'll have a break a little bit.
Sorry.
Pi, can you ask that?
Wait, you wanted me to elaborate what I was saying?
Yeah, Pi, you were asking something. I want you to finish that.
No. What I'm saying is we have to connect what is basically based on what is happening on the ground at the moment. Right now, we're dealing with corruption. We're dealing with self-hatred. We're dealing, you know what I mean? We're dealing with greed. We're dealing with bribery. If we're looking based on statistics that is happening on the ground at the moment, our Caribbean leader that is black, she's the one that's reaching out to these countries. She's the one. If you look at all the United Nations speeches of Mia Mottley in the Caribbean, or Pan-Africanist leader in the Caribbean, she's the one that's exposing the corruption of the UK. She's the one that's reaching out to Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. So you can't go all over the same barren ground and expect it to work for you. How is that working for the continent at the moment? You know what I mean? We have to try something new.
Because the men have failed in their duty.
Change that. I see that sort of male chauvinistic thinking in West, well, particularly Nigeria, Ghana. Even Ghana is kind of improving, but that's because of colonial, the church drilling it in their heads and demoting the role of women and making sure that that they're oppressed. And that's something that needs to be decolonized and worked on the continent, because naturally the continent is a matriarchal continent. And
can I expand on that one? Even Singapore on the Economic Freedom Index is run by a Muslim woman. It's ranked #1. So again, we have to connect based on what we're saying on what's actually happening on the ground. But yeah, go ahead. I didn't cut you off.
It has nothing to do with it. Has nothing to, just because she's doing well. I'm not saying women are not intelligent, they are not capable of running states, they can run domestic stuff. But by and large, the way society functions is that if you want to build population, if you want to expand, that is the role of the men. The external aspect and risk taking is the role of the men. There is this thing I saw recently where the villagers in Africa, the men, they don't do much during the day. They kill a cow and they leave it for the women to do. But at night, they sleep outside to defend against lions that want to steal their livestock. Because that is their role. They will risk their life to defend the women that are sleeping inside. It's a stupid strategy when you put your young generation and the women that are supposed to create those young generation, the new generation, you put them in harm's way. You are not going to exist in the near future. The ones that protect their women and keep their children safe will survive it. It just makes sense.
All right. So before we move forward, I wanna do a little bit of recess, and I'll bring in Biggie to also share his view, because since he came here, he didn't say anything. So we're gonna have a little break, and I'll play this video, and then we'll be back again. It's just 2 minutes break, and Biggie will continue. All right. Let me show you this. Hey guys, what's up everybody? I hope y'all are doing good today. Man, as you know that we are in the campaign to raise 25,000 euros to get Swahili Nation One Africa office. And I'm just here, guys, to ask you that we really, really, really need your help. Why 25,000 euros? Because we need 15,000 euros to secure the place for the whole year, and 5,000 euros to buy furniture for the office as well as utility. But also we need extra 5,000 euros for the studio. We need to buy camera, we need to buy lightning, we need to buy green screen, chairs, and some other stuff for the studio. So in total, we need 25,000 euros. And that's why we started a campaign of €5 for 5,000 people. We're just asking to get 5,000 people, and each one of y'all to only give €5 in order to reach our goal of 25,000 euros. And you are free to give more than €5, but we want to ask you guys to participate, to be part of this, because these offices are not for me, but these offices are for the Africa. You know, having offices and doing what we do, it will help us to do our work in a huge capacity, more than the way we do right now. Because all the time, I just do it from home. But there's a lot of things and a lot of opportunity they're passing by simply because you don't have office, the place where we can work. So we're asking you guys to join our hands and please be part of this change. We mentioned earlier that this is going to be the year of action. And guys, this is One Africa in action. Come and collaborate with us, do with us. And one thing I can promise you guys, every single euro that you will give, it will be used for a greater cause, for the office. And you guys will be able to see everything and all the reports and everything that is happening. We need you guys. We cannot do this without you. So please help us out. Until right now, we already raised 1,000, almost 1,500 euros. But the journey is still long. We still have like more than 24,000 euros to raise. So please help us to spread the word. Share the link of GoFundMe. Go to our page of GoFundMe. Just write Swahili Nation One Africa Funding. You'll see our page there on GoFundMe. And please donate anything you can, and we'll highly appreciate you. Thank you so much. Have a great day. I love you guys.
Again, right. Beautiful, man.
All that money counting wants me to take money. We have to be careful about that advert instead of giving money. So how much did the GoFundMe thing? Oh, that's 3,000, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you said 1,000 something. You got 3,000 something already. Okay.
Yeah, it's 3,000. Yep. I mean, that video we made when we were like at 1,000 or something, and this is the third week we are, we're moving forward, and it's like that. Yeah, we have been actually doing this campaign for. I think Biggie, he can talk about that a little bit, and I'll just leave it to him.
Yes. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good evening, and for those of you that's been participating, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you for having me on this panel. Well, let's begin just about this office. This office is going to be the first one, but it's going to replicate throughout Africa, because you're going to need ground news. We're going to need information. We need to have all the communication that's going to go throughout Africa. And this is going to be a channel that's going to be making all these noise, as you saw what happened to the Black Africans in Morocco. That's disgusting. I'm sorry. Again, before I say that, I just want to pray for those who lost their lives because they're Black. Just simply, they're Black. You didn't see anything color but Black. That's been beat. That's been beat down all the way to the death. And that is supposed to be an outrage throughout Africa. An outrage. Every single country should be demonstrating, showing they're really being mad. Nothing's been done. So we need to make sure that we pay attention on what's going on in the continent. We cannot let go things like that. Specifically when it comes from the northern Africa beating down Black Africa. It's a disgust. It's just unacceptable. We should denounce that altogether, all the way through Morocco. We gotta stand. The Black is the most populous in Africa. We just cannot sit back and just listen to whatever the crap that they're gonna put on TV, on YouTube. It's not even covered networks. Even the simple networks. It's just appalling. This is not the first time, but this time it's just vivid videos My poor Africans, you know, I was crying for every beat, everybody I was taking, man. I was in tears and tears that I cannot even control. And then they just got the audacity. Oh, 23 of them just died. From the interior minister. This is, this is what we need, a presence. We're not joking. Swahili Nation One Africa is not joking. We want to fund this thing. Whatever it's going to cost you, let's do it. And we'll have the most powerful office in Africa. It's been built and made by Africans. It's just like the Ethiopian dam. Enough of the jokes. Human life has been lost left and right. We're trying to make sure that the voice are heard. I mean, this part of the office is the first office that we want to replicate everywhere in Africa, but at least one in each state of Africa. If that doesn't motivate you, I don't know what will. And for me, the more I see things, look at in Ethiopia, how many died. Look at now the Congo that is in trouble. Rwanda that's in trouble. Are we going to just sit and just watch? We can't. You know, 25K of what we're asking. We got 1.2 billion Africans that's out there. We cannot reach them all, but if I can reach them all, I think we can cover the whole Africa with One Africa offices all over. We need to put the truth out there. We're going to put people that's going to fight or fight, the front fighters for these kind of fights. We're going to have to show that an African, they live in Africa, as an African that's killing another African. And they've been paid heavily. I always said, follow the money. If you follow the money, you'll find who instigated it. Yes, you know, now we're talking about, in the last conversation when I joined, was about our women. Our women are the most powerful asset that we have in the whole freaking world. Yes, you know, you can think different. She's out of her comfort, and she's trying to lead. Watch out, because I'll give you statistics. Ethiopia was independent for the last 3,000 years, and it's evident that women were queens. There are women that tells you, if you address them, that where's the men in the house, or where's the man that's ruling this country, they'll tell you, oh, you're lucky that your head is still in your head is still in your shoulder, because I could have removed it very easily. There are queens that spoke that they have to kill a king to be queens. Do not underestimate our African queens and princesses. They're very strong. When it comes to really protect, yes, men was going to be protecting physically. Go in Eritrea and see all the fighters that we have in the front line. There are women that are with heavy artillery and really bombarding the crap out of the enemy. So let's not talk about our African women in any which way, because you have to respect our women. These are the future of Africa. Yeah, I can hear everybody say, oh, you know, if I tell her to shut up, she's going to be shut up. No, that's not how it works. Things are advancing, and then the opportunity we miss of understanding our women. all across Africa, women, men, it doesn't matter. We got to respect one another. If we have the ability in any gender that you're going to be fighting for Africa, so be it. We'll support them. Let's not assume there are women that have their head and shoulder and can be stronger than a man, physically and mentally. So let's not take an exception. Our African women are very strong. Let's not undermine them. Let's empower them, actually. Because you know what? I'll give you a little history. From 260 BC to 320 AD, 10 brilliant queens ruled Ethiopia. And then no fewer of those within 140 years and 60 and 80, the Ethiopian Initiated Act, Chapter 8, was in charge of all the treasury. From there, you come to Lil Saitu, Queen Saitu, and all these, Jikayo, all these women that ruled Ethiopia. It's not we don't have men's, but they were capable to rule it. And show me any country that's 3,000 years independent in the world, in the globe. Show me. And it was all ruled by men's and was very, very successful. So let's not bash the women. They're nurturing.
Go this way. I'm not bashing women when I say that they have specific roles that by and large they fulfill in society. I'm not bashing them. It's just
listen, the queens. No. What I'm saying is those queens were pregnant while going to battles. Nobody said anything about them. They were so strong.
But how did they? What dynasty did they come from? Is it not from a male dynasty that they came from?
Listen, it's not the male dynasty, but what I'm saying is they ruled the country.
I agree that they rule the country. I think.
And then guess what? The point I'm making what I'm saying, what I'm trying to say, is an as example. Women can rule,
of course,
and that's what I'm trying to put. So every chance that we have, if there is one that is really in the leadership and she's fighting for a country, she's fighting from her bosom, from inside. Because remember, they have the ability to sense men's. More than us, we thought we are understanding the women. So, in everything that we do for the unification of Africa, we have to empower any gender that we have in Africa to lead the way. If we're going to keep going back and forth on certain things that are not really tangible, and being a women and men, if you are good in head and protecting your continent, your nation, you should be advancing. So every time we talk about these differences of it's going to put us backward, not forward. We have to improve our princesses and queens, because we have those. So going forward, to have this One Africa authors, what does it mean? We got a representation that's out there. In Tanzania, that's where we're going to be launching. And one thing that I looked at and put it together is like Tanzania in 1961, when they put their national anthem, the first thing they said, God bless Africa. They didn't talk about Tanzania. The first line, it said, God bless Africa. And then you got Zambia, then you have South Africa that followed. But again, this is the opportunity shown the Swahili Nation One Africa will be established as even as a symbol of respect for Tanzanians for putting us first on their agenda. And how it happened, I don't know. It just happened that way. So that tells us, we're on the right path, in the right position. And the representation having in office, we're not YouTubers anymore. It's not about YouTube. It's about a foundation that's going to care and formulate, along with other leaders, of one Africa. A lot of people just put it, oh, forget it. Yeah, I mean, I understand. Look at what's happening, the Morocco issue that we have. We have Egyptian that's going with the against the Ethiopian because we're building it down. You see all the differences, but we have to survive together as one. Whether you are Algerian, Morocco, you are in the continent. If you consider yourself non-African, and different thought that you have, let's put it about and see what's the reality out there. Zero, they cannot be African because you know what? They live in the continent. You can vote all you want, but your existence is in Africa. We have a lot of work to do. In order to do that, we have to make sure that we are represented. We have our foot down. It's just like I've been repeating myself. This monkey just went through a little ditch and she got pine all over the place. Okay. And men came into her and asked her, oh my God, poor monkey, is there anything I can help you? The first thing she said, if you remove the one in my butt, on my behind, then I can sit down and start plucking every single pine that I have in my body. So we're going to have a seat, a place that we can say is ours. And it's not taking much from any budgets. But at the same time, we're going to have to see our effort. We walk in the talk. We've done a lot of things in Swahili Nation One Africa with our families. And Tunaja, I really miss you, man. It's just as if there are topics because, you're one of the really funders with the topic of security. So we look, security, Tunaja is not there.
Yeah.
I just want to let you know that because a lot of people been asking about you. There are certain things that you bring in very valuable for Swahili Nation One Africa. And another person that's been missing, the great lady, I think she dropped. BJ, thank you again. But you guys got to stick with us to help us because you have a lot of good ideas, a lot of information out there. And the family miss one another when there's one missing. That's the only way we can make this possible. So Naja, you've been walking everything that we talked, right? You saw what we are able to perform and do. Yeah. Now, can you imagine we have this office, what it does represent? It's very powerful. And yes, we got other networks in Africa that's going to follow suit. So if we're gonna lead by example and they plug into this network, now we can scream together. Now we got power. And for everything, it requires money. And guess what? I'm very proud African, and I'm proud of my African brothers and sisters in diaspora in Africa. If we believe and we get things done, we don't care what we spend. I know that for sure. True. And we get stronger. And that's what we need. We don't wait until different networks start talking about us. We're going to talk about it among us because this is our affairs. This is how we're going to fight it. And we have the money. We have the money to fight it. Within the continent and abroad, with all this 50 million diaspora that we have. But in order to bring that, we have to bring our talk together, walk the talk, show what we do. We just like what 10 maximum on this StreamYard that we can do. We can do a lot more. We can get leaders in our shows. We can ask them, what are you doing? What's your next approach for this problem? Because we will be the voice. We will be asking. And this voice is made by the people. It's us. We're not going to be looking for another entity or any government entity to put their funding in here. We want our own people, the people from ground up, building the same thing that they did in Ethiopia. Ethiopians built that dam, and Ethiopians are proud to say, this is my dam. Each African should say, this is my dam, because it is made by our own people. This is where it's going to lead us. Just sit down just like the monkey and start plucking all our problems. You know, every time you pull one out, that's how we can get it done. Can you imagine there's a bunch of other monkeys helping poking those things from that monkey? That monkey will be up and running in about less than 20 seconds because help comes in. But she only asks. She will do it if we can remove the one in her butt so she can sit down and start plucking the rest of them. But if we are together, we can pluck that thing out so fast we'll be on our feet and move on to bigger agendas. The building of one Africa, one Swahili nation, one Africa, that we're seeking to look to unify the youth, the old, the moms, the sisters, the brothers, name it. We will be the voice. And we have a building to represent it for anything that comes to destroy it.
I think the idea sounds like a good one. Just went through some of the what it represents, and obviously I support it, and will try to support it. Put my money where my mouth is, as people say. Yeah, obviously I will say that anybody that has any belief in any of these things better put their money where their mouth is. There's no use talking about these things when somebody is trying to do something good, then you don't support it with your money. So yeah, definitely, if the moment I get the opportunity, I will be donating to that. That's for sure. Before that thing is done, I will be donating, and if possible, if I have a chance, I might even promote it somewhere else. But I have some questions about how this is run anyway, because for me, transparency is also very important. You know, from what I drive on the continent is security, transparency, and industrialization. So how does this actually work? I'm just trying to get into the weeds because this is the first time I've actually had an opportunity to actually talk about it. So I know you're going to open offices, you're going to promote African this thing coming together and stuff like that. But how does it normally work? How would it work? Because they will ask me if I try to do a live stream now, I will try to talk about it because I like to promote people that are actually doing something.
Mm-hmm. Mika, you want to give it a shot?
Yeah, definitely. I got to reply to that. Well, that's amazing. That's incredible. You know, so far tonight and everybody who is watching, you know, it's almost 3 years right now since we started to do this. And as you all know, it started just to be as a YouTube channel. But right now, as I'm saying, I'm actually in the process of, doing registration because we want to make it very official to be an organization and profit organization that actually it's working for what we have always been talking about and everything that we've been planning. So we have two different ideas to register with that. And I don't really want to go like into details to mention here on public. This is something that maybe we could talk, away from this platform here. But One thing that we are doing right now is registration, first of all, to have that so that we may be recognized by the government where we are right now. And the second thing that will follow is actually opening up branches across the continent of Africa, even in the diaspora as well. For instance, the US and the UK, because we have a huge number of people who are actually standing with us in what we are doing. We have already worked on the organization structure. We have worked on all the departments that we'll have in that organization. We have like 7 different departments. We have worked already in the constitution, on like everything that you that is supposed to be there in the organization. It's already like we have already been working, even the website as well, which I show you guys a couple of times, the prototype of the website that will be launching in 1 month. So there are a lot of things that have already been fulfilled, and since you guys that our plans is actually to reach to all Africans there from the bottom up, literally to go everywhere in this country in Africa, to talk to our people, to share our mission. Everybody knows our mission and where we stand for, and I'll just put here on the down so that you guys can read and see. So yeah, and we are at the moment whereby we cannot move and do these things without being officially registered. So that's what we are trying to do right now. And we have a lot of people who are actually, not a lot, even a lot of organizations that they want to partner with us. For instance, I just have I had a conversation with Max, the founder of Share. Basically the company that is its mission is to have a fair trade, across like the fair trade that is happening, with Africa and other continents like, Europe, America, and all those kind of places, because they do believe that, Africa doesn't have money because, we don't have fair trade, right? There's a lot of money that we are losing through all this stuff, moving away from our continent, benefit others rather than benefiting our people. So the only way to change that is starting to have eco trade, fair trade or eco trade with with different organization, and they are actually joined with us. And now we are kind of like, I'm even in the group of what they're doing, and even this fundraising they've been trying also to promote, because us opening that office is not just the office for Mika, but it's an office that will fight for One Africa, collaborating with different organizations across the continent and even outside of the continent to accomplish that vision that we all have. So these guys from Share Trade, there's other different organization in Ethiopia that I met a couple of times when I went there, and different places. So yeah, basically that's what we're trying to do. Even recently, I was in this event of Pan-Africanism Youth Summit, and even those as well, they want to actually open offices as well. It's kind of like the same idea that we have. So instead of maybe starting with something new, since we have the same vision, we want to bring our people together and bring all these different moves that they actually have the same vision and work together to accomplish the goal that we have. So it's everything, the NGO and as well as the business idea as well.
Okay, the thing, what I was also wondering was like, let's say something like what happened in Morocco happened in the near future, or the xenophobic attacks in South Africa happens, and let's say the kind of stuff that happened in Ethiopia happens again. Where would this Swahili nation be in that scenario? What kind of, because I guess I'm trying to picture what this organization will be doing in the near future when this type of incidents occur.
Yeah, basically, the thing that we are doing right now, for example, right now we talk about it, right? Because we don't have any how can I say, like of official voice, because we are not yet registered, across the continent, all those stuff. But once we are registered, because that's the main goal, to be registered everywhere across the continent, then and once we have this organization, that means we'll have a lot of people that are volunteering and as well as working with us. So it will be easy for us to take any decision. Let's say if it's writing a letter, if it is doing like how can I say, if it is doing like protest with our people across the continent, because we have I mean, that's the vision, to have everybody in this One Africa movement that we're working in. So once we have that, then it will be easy to organize our people in those particular places, right? And to actually demand some change. Things that we always wish African Union to do is something that we'll be able to do, because we are an independent organization, we are a private organization, we are not supported by any other foreign entity or even the government in a way. So we are very independent, focused on the well-being and the welfare of the people, and we're just going to organize our people and make sure to bring that, change. And other things in details, I think it's not something that I'm the only one that I can answer that this and this is what we'll do. But when we come together and find out the solution, that okay, now we have a problem, this is happening in Morocco, what do you think we should do about this? Come together and decide that okay, I think we should do A, B, C, D, and that's what we're gonna go ahead and do it.
I think it's a good thing that you are doing, and obviously you know that too. Nobody needs to tell you. I support every action you are taking on this, and it's not everybody that goes ahead to just do it in this way. People go different ways. Well, the Maya went his own way. Everybody goes their own way. But I like that you are going head on for this. And Kifaru, he's here. I think he's here. He said something about, looking to set up political parties that share Pan-Africanist ideals in every nation. And I hope it's something that, he moves forward with and starts, like you guys are doing. I hope he takes inspiration from me, because I think it's a good idea. And it's something that definitely I will be supporting. Because if we don't do these things, who's going to do it? And, and this is why I'm going to support this whichever way I can.
Appreciate it.
I mean, imagine, Tanaja, you've been missing all this time, you miss a lot of things that we were passing. So I'm glad you came, because there was a question about it. I said, hey, Tanaja has always been here and supporting us, because there's a role that you're going to play in this movement, because the first thing is food security, okay? And then we're talking about national security, and Kifaru, I think, is going to be talking a few things about it, because on the political, we want the best of the best to run the political arena, not just because I'm not happy about this way of ruling, but at the same time with somebody that looks the whole picture and follow the money and how this thing is going to happen. So we're going to need a lot of people in this foundation that's going to be very healthy, that can move from the bottom up, very organic, and make sure that every African is protected. We're supposed to scream for every single life of Africans that's been dealt with illegally with no due process. So we'll have people that's going to be really looking into these. And believe me, we got lawyers up to, we got lawyers, okay? And at the same time, these lawyers also can do a lot of pro bono within their own passion as being Africans, to help Africans. So these are the one that's going to plug in, because this foundation is not going to hold. We're just laying the basic foundation, okay? And there's a lot more that's going to go into it. And one office that you saw is not going to cut it. You know that, because we're going to have different departments that's going to do different things on the political side, on the agriculture side, on the different things that they can plug into and help us move Africa to the next level. Because the unity doesn't come for free. There's a lot of sacrifice. People lost their life. 22 assassinations on top leadership in Africa. And how we're going to protect the next leader, the young leader that's really voicing himself and fighting all these things, and then for him to be victim. No, we cannot afford that. And at the same time, there's a certain level of secrecy that we as an African knows what is secret in our heart. We protect the one that fights for Africa. That is for sure. Remember that. There's a lot of things that's going to happen. Once this is established, one thing is we are free from any any entity that's trying to influence our way. Because remember, it's just like any business. When you establish the business, you got everything that the business require, like your licensing, your treasury, your reporting, all that is going to be there. And it's going to be very transparent. In fact, we're going to list you all the, what do you call, anonymous contributions and how these contributions went. We're not going to be playing anything other than just clear transparency, and we'll show you where everything goes. So at the same time, it has to be supported. Once we get all these listed and all these things done, just like any other business running, with our lawyers, we'll make sure we got lawyers, because you know this world now is you're nothing without the lawyers, because anybody can sue you. You know what I mean? But at the same time, we're going to be protected. Then we're going to have this person that's going to be really a full-time guy that's going to be watching out, because if we're going to go across the whole Africa and replicate the same office, believe me, we're gonna need an army of them. And most of them,
from everywhere,
most of them will volunteer. We're going to need all everywhere, because you don't know all the rules in the native. So we just want to make sure that it's protected. We don't want to be cut off without starting anything. We don't want to fumble. We just want to make sure we're out there and we're doing it the right way. And one of the things that nobody knows about this, but it's between me and Mika. I'm sorry, Mika, I'm going to say that. But Mika never asked for money. He never asked money. It amazes me, you know, with all these things that he goes, I said, no, he needs some funding. You understand? We are the one that really fund Mika, because Mika doesn't ask for money. He will go to the scrap and not asking for money. So understand, he's got a vision, and I want him to be focused on his vision. I'll sacrifice my lunch, my dinner, if I have to. I'm going to support him all the way through, because this vision, here we are. This is what we're talking about. And this is what Mika put together in his vision. He didn't care how this thing is going to happen, but it's happening. We're right here. So imagine, I never heard him to ask for money. I've been talking to him several times, several different occasions. Never mention of money. And I asked him, are you okay? You know, you got your financial. How is it? And this is what we know internally, okay? And what's going on. But again, we don't want to worry about any finance. I want him to worry about his vision to come into reality and be successful, because he made us successful. We are aware. We are aware Africans now to do something about it. And thank you again, Mika. And I think we got to go to Kifaru. Kifaru has been sitting for a long time.
He has been waiting for a long time. I'm sorry, Kifaru. I love your name, by the way. That's Swahili name right there. Kifaru.
Yeah, that's Swahili name. Do you know something? It's when I came over on the YouTube, when I came to the East African side, and I started talking with so many Kenyans. You know, this YouTube is great. You know, I'm from Cameroon and West Africa. You know, we are the other side. Some people say Central, the other side of Africa. So we are always like used to people around our side. So when I came to YouTube, I started mixing with my people from the East, and Swahili. I started to think that I found some similarity between Swahili and the Sawa language in Cameroon. So there were some guys, so they wrote some things in Swahili, and then I was guessing what that might be, and it was quite exactly the same thing, but just in a different form. And I said, oh, okay, so that is a Bantu language, so there's a lot of similarities.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just looking for a name that is gonna really fit me, and I looked for like my favorite animal. It was the rhino.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, let me see. But it's not like in Swahili, it is not just Kifaru, it's something. It's like Kifaru something. It's like some double other long words. So I just say, no, I just keep the Kifaru part, and the other one I can keep it for something sometimes later. Yeah, thank you for having me. I've been talking with you, Niger. You know, I am a little bit controversial one, you know, but I'm not going to talk about my controversy now, you know, concerning what's happening in Morocco, where I'll keep that, you know, not for this channel. Yeah, I just called in to talk with the lady about, you know, we as Africans, I don't like when we do gender war, you know, like gender war, this gender war ideology, women, men. I think that some people might not accept. It's a little bit of Western influence. And so I really feel uncomfortable when we're trying to do gender war, man and woman. This is the thing. I don't think women in Africa are oppressed. That is just some false narrative. If you ask women in Africa, are they oppressed? I think the answer will be no. I don't think women in Africa feel oppressed. It's the Western media that push out this narrative that women in Africa are oppressed. When it comes to leadership, everyone can be a leader. If a woman is a good leader, she's a good leader because that is a good leader. It's not because she's a woman. That's how we should see things. Men vote women. When you are competent, you're going to vote. In all African countries, women hold really, really important positions. They don't hold those positions because they're women. They hold those positions because they're competent. So if a woman thinks she's competent and comes forth and say, okay, I can do this thing, this is what I can do, this is my receipt, I don't think men in Africa will say, no, because you're a woman, we can't vote you. That never happens. Look like your country, Tanzania, that's a woman. Men voted her in power. You know, there have been women in history that have been great leaders. It's because they are great leaders, because people saw them, had a vision in them, and they had to produce. So I don't want that we have some kind of affirmative action just because it's a woman. We just need to make her a leader. No, if you're competent, people will vote you. I don't think if that is an argument. So I was just trying to talk to the lady, and she left. But I don't like that narrative. No, women in Africa are not oppressed. I don't see it anywhere. You know, so.
Yeah, and then
Gafar, can I extend on that one? Go ahead,
they,
BJ.
They sort of push that narrative, and the reason why I get upset when we go there is because my community is divided. I mean, they are literally killing off the next generation, and if they keep this, you know, men versus women, how are you gonna have kids? I hate you, you hate me. And if we do get together and have kids, will the kids have the same mindset? So it's constantly dividing us, and that's making us weaker, not stronger. You know, we are supposed to be unified. I mean, if you look at the history of your country, you know, your leaders were unified. You know, when you look at the history of Western capitalists, you know, democracies, you see that tiered system. One has to be above the other. And if somebody's above you, that means someone is oppressing you. You're never going to be equal. No matter how much letters behind your names, no matter how much money you get, someone has to be beneath you. And if it worked, then this world would be in a better place. But it's not. So evidently, that's not the model you would want to follow.
Yeah, exactly. There was a question for me. Someone was trying to ask me a question. I don't know if that was true.
Yeah, Kafaru. Yeah, but don't you think, like, for example, right? If you have zero lawmakers, let's say there's a birth issue, right? And there's a bunch of food that's coming in from Western nations that is decreasing the birth rate, that is making people sick and making people like be chemically imbalanced, like what's happening in the West. Don't you think that someone that's a woman lawmaker should be the one that's solving that issue in that particular issue? Because if you look at China at the moment, they're doing everything they can to increase the birth rate, right, to sustain the population, but it's not working. Want to know why? Because most of the people that are in office, that are in that particular office, are in their 70s and the 80s and 90s, and they're out of touch men that know nothing about that particular issue.
Well, I don't think so. I think that the one who should be in charge is the one who has studied that problem. You understand? It doesn't matter if it's a man or woman. I just give you an example. The coach of a football team is not usually the best player. He might not even play football, but he has studied football in such a way that he can coach the best footballers. So it's not about the gender thing. It's who is competent to do the job. He can do it. Not all women are good mothers, but that is the general rule of a woman. Some women can take care of their children good, some cannot. Some men can take care of their children better than women. So who can do the job? Just give them the opportunity. We should stop this gender-based society that the woman needs to do that. No, I don't say it. It's just going to destroy us and make us a little weaker. We've seen the gender divide in the West, how it's breaking things down. So we should try our best as we're moving forward to build Africa. We should just like keep this gender divide, this gender.
I think this gender thing that you are referring to, the context I was talking about it was based on the most efficient approach that we have operated with and nature has put in place already. When you pretend as if, oh, just because obviously the most like you said, what you actually said is in conformity with what I was advocating, whereby if the person that is best suited to do the job should do the job, how many men will be better at raising children than women? No chance. The chances are slimmer. So that's the point. If you go in that direction, in terms of raising children, in terms of breastfeeding and all the rest of it, how many men are going to do that? Are you going to give birth to children too because you don't want gender?
But that's exactly my point. You can't someone that's the only one that can raise.
You can't go have children yourself because you want to play gender roles. Are you going to?
No, that's my point. No, Tunaja, that's my point. Someone that can raise a competent African man is an African man. Someone that can raise a competent African woman is an African woman. So what I'm saying, in these particular positions where it's a more like a male-dominant issue, like let's say the military. Of course, more men should be in that position. But when you're having a problem with a raging birth rates, you don't know how to convince people to sustain the population, to keep your heritage going. That should be dominated by a woman. It should not be dominated by a man. You see my point?
Yeah, I get your point. There's always a slant.
Because as Kafar was saying, I'm not a neo-feminist. I don't agree with any of that stuff. I think it destroyed the Black community, and especially my community in the Caribbean, the feminism. But what I'm saying is, you shouldn't, like, if that, for example, if that birth problem issue, when we start to get developed as nations come to Africa, and a bunch of old men are in the position, it's not going to be fixed. It's just going to be the same as in the West. The population is going to keep going down and down and down. You have to have people, like, you can't, someone with a male anatomy should, like, that's in like a male dominated position, like, well, let's say, I don't know, like, you know, military, like, I know in agriculture, if you have a farm in Africa, especially in South Africa or like Tanzania or other places like that, I bet you have to protect it, like military, like you have like militia or like be armed or like have dogs or cameras, stuff like that. But what I'm saying is, when you have an issue that is really hard to solve, like the birth issue, I'm sure even in Israel, like their birth is 3 per woman, right? I bet you the type of people that are employed to fix that particular problem are the women lawmakers, are not the men lawmakers, because they don't discriminate against the women just because they're women. You see my point? But I do agree with the military thing. As far as defending the continent, I think that African men should be in charge of that one. So I
think anything that involves physical harm and that which generally involves things that are external to the communities, generally the men take the lead in those areas because of the potential danger that is involved. Why? Because women are generally surrounded by the next generation that are younger, that you don't want to expose to danger. And any society that exposes their younger generation to danger, it's not going to be around for a very long time, because out of 5 children, maybe they will lose 3 or 4 of them. Only one makes it, and the next guy that one will have children, and by the time he does the same thing again, they will be gone. You will not see them. This is why it favors societies that protect the women and protect the young generation. It doesn't mean they cannot rule the country. Obviously, there are always exceptions to every rule. We all know now that nature doesn't necessarily just draw a sharp line. This is a man and this is a woman. There's always this flowing, overlaps. And so you are going to see women that are exceptional in masculine activities, and you're going to have men that are exceptional in areas that you associate with women. But by and large, the roles remain specific. And if you, and I take it, this is also flexible too. If you feel it's time for your population to grow, you don't want to encourage the women to pursue their career in their prime of childbearing. As a matter of fact, there are Asian societies in America that do this already. What they did was, when there is famine, they will discourage, they will increase the marriage age. Before you are allowed to get married, they will increase it. But when things are plenty, they will reduce the age of consent so that they can replicate a lot more. So and you have to calibrate this based on what your society wants. And right now in the West, they've got the calculation wrong. This is partly why they are now pushing back in America, removing Roe v. Wade, because they have found that now that the cat is out of the bag. And women don't like men. It turns out that women, when you give them a lot of freedom, they don't like men that much. They are triggering divorces left and right, and they are always angry with the men all the time, because of one reason or the other. Because men misbehave a lot. Let's face it, men do misbehave a lot.
No, we're only upset with the men because, again, they're not. When you got an 80% single parent household rate, who are you supposed to be angry with if he ain't in the house? They ain't gonna make you too happy. Okay, so it's not about any of this. You know, if we're angry at you, it's usually a valid reason behind it, because we. It takes us a long time before we get to the point of wanting to kick you out the house anyway. It's happening to, it's not only black people, it's also happening to white people. See, this thing is something that is general. They're dealing with similar issues as well. So, I mean, so
why are women so cross with the men?
What?
Why is it that women are so cross? These same men are the men they've been around with, like in Nigeria now, they have divorce rate of less than 1%. But in the West, they are so cross with the men. So it means that, is it throughout history, women has been pretending that they like men?
You're not providing for your kids, you're not helping with the bills, or you're absent, or you got like 5 baby mamas, you got several side chicks on the same, you're talking to me like I'm your pet dog in the corner. That might give you
white men don't do that. White men don't do that.
But BJ, isn't the system in America rigged against black people though? Because if you read some of the type of books,
yeah, definitely, it's always been that way.
Because if you look there, I think Nakmizi was talking about some different panel yesterday that there are sundown towns in the U.S. where
they still are.
They'll just shoot up the community.
But beyond that, everything has been almost everything you look at has been institutionalized to keep the black community down. I just finished reading the book Color of Law. Systematic wealth is quote unquote gained by what? Real estate and property. If you keep a group of people from getting either one of them, long-term economic impacts are there, and that's part of what you're seeing now. Let's build some freeways because now we need to expand the suburbs. What neighborhoods did you go through and what business communities did you destroy? Ours. Every freeway was founded on the fact that they ripped apart the black community. What is the economic impact of that?
How does that tie to women being a little bit less patient with men these days?
Well, when you can't pay your bills and you have to get firewood out the backyard to try to keep your kids warm in the wintertime, you're not going to be happy with too many people. And the person is supposed to be fighting for you to do better because you're the head of the household. you might sort of start looking at him a little sideways, especially when he's still creeping out the back door to be with his side chick.
So, okay, hold on. But why is it the same thing happening with the white men? Are the white men not providing too?
No. The thing
resources.
is, it is happening. We always spread our business in front of everybody. Everybody else keep their business behind closed doors.
But I want to understand why it is happening, because I'm beginning to worry that women never really liked men. The moment they get the opportunity, they want to kick them out.
No. That's not true.
That's the impression I'm getting. That's what I'm asking.
No, that's not true. The problem is that now the women of these generations are like, I'm not going through the same crap that my mama, grandma, and my great-grandma went through, because we were patient. We understood you were being oppressed. We understood the system was against you. So we dealt with a lot. And this younger generation said, I'm tired. I ain't dealing with nothing. And now you're saying, well, why do women hate men? Wait, y'all said we don't like black women. Y'all hair ain't straight enough. Y'all butts ain't big enough. Y'all stomach ain't small enough. Y'all guys,
isn't
I'm not Asian. I'm not white. I'm not. Oh my God.
BJ, I think we had this topic, this very topic, exactly even the line that you're so adamant and you're making your point. You know what I mean? It's just you're so adamant because you cannot compare this new generation and into the 90s and 80s. You know, forget the 50s and 60s, but.
But they have a valid point because they see the condition of their communities and they're like, I'm not dealing with this. They're seeing their mothers, their grandmothers, their aunties, their sisters being abused, being beaten, all these things, and they're still living in the gutter, the ghetto, not having anything, not having much. And they're at the point like, no, I'm not sacrificing myself for someone who does not love me. I want something in return for this. And what really happened when people want to say feminism is not really feminism. The women are starting to say, well, if the man could get away with it, why should not? If he can do this, why should not?
The issue, but the men are not asking for divorce, though. The women are the ones doing it. You see, when you say the men are getting away with it, they are not getting away with it because women are the ones triggering it.
A lot of us haven't even got to divorce because our marriage rate is not that high.
And even when you do, you are the first to say, get out. So that's what I'm curious about.
Can I ask PJ a question?
Most of us ain't got $3,000 to say get out. The divorce lawyers cost some money now. So I don't know which community you're looking at, but it ain't happening.
I'm looking at the general community. The numbers is indicating that it looks like
to my job that's 30 miles away from my house.
I'm just concerned that women are on the down low, hating men all this while. That when they got the opportunity, now they want to kick them out any chance they get.
I'm trying to figure out which women are y'all talking about.
All women. All Western women.
Anti-woman, keep your money. Why are you going to a stripper and trying to make her an housewife and get mad at her because she don't want to stop stripping and hanging out with X, Y, and Z? And then you're like, all these black women. I ain't been on nobody's post. Who are you talking about?
80% is a high number of triggering divorce. It tells you that women cannot put up with
men. It's 80% a single family household. Them women have not even made it to an altar.
True.
Hold on. Can I ask BJ a question? Is this because I think it's more? Is this because of like the alimony, the welfare state?
In my community, they ain't thinking about alimony. They thinking about easy access. Who's gonna let them? I need a place to live. This chick ain't acting right. Okay, my other side chick over there, she's pretty cool. She'll let me stay with her for a while. Now I just make it like I'm gonna commit to her. She'd be happy. And then, this one's acting too much of me. Oh, that's okay. You know, I'll go over to the other one.
But what about the Tyrian traditional black roles in the household. Is that another reason why the divorce rate and that
does not apply to Americans because we never had those roles.
What do you mean? In the 1960s and 1970s, the black
even if they were there, as a community as a whole, we never tied to, we weren't June Cleaver. He had to work, I had to work, because we had to pay this overpriced because of the law. That house was costing 10 times what it's worth. Somebody got to go and work to make sure we got a roof over our head. So they both worked.
No, what I'm saying is there was a point, because I lived in America for 19 years. I studied the history. There was a point in time when the Black American community, between the man and the woman, was more traditional than it was now, and the out of wedlock, the divorce rate, and the just people not getting along was less than it was in 1960, 1970, 1980.
Oh yeah. That's true. But again, our moral compass has gone directly into the gutter. Directly. Yeah. No past go. Let's see how low we can go. Can we go lower than that? So that has had a more of an impact with all that than, the roles and this and that.
Sorry for cutting you short. So what, according to you, what do you think is the reason, according to you, your own point of view?
We are trying to live somebody else's fantasy and not try to figure out what our own is. We look at these images, we look at what's being pushed, is, you need this, you need that. Because as an American, we're always searching to be accepted in a world that doesn't want us. So we'll run to this and think, okay, this is going to make us happy, and we run. So we follow a trend. I mean, that's what we do. Bottom line, that's what we do. So now the trend is all this madness, and we're following it, and it's still not going to make us happy, and it's really devastating the families.
And I think at the heart of it is living a purposeful life, because you're always going to have problems. You're always going to have a funny guy, and then you have to choose, because you said it yourself, that it doesn't make one happy, even all these trends that they are following. So you have to choose the one that has a positive, in other words, keeping the family together. This discussion is also important, because what is happening is that if we don't recognize this trend is moving to the continent too. Yeah. And so it's moving to the continent, and we have to understand that we have to know how to deal with it and take the good sides and push back on the negative stuff.
But the problem is here, the family has no value. Genocide, let's genocide. If the family has no value, if I get her to hate him and him to hate her, and then, okay, well, we had a kid, but let's try to train him to kill the kid, and maybe he could kill her too. So then we already got rid of two people,
Well, PJ, what about the consciousness of the type of the music and media that's being like pushed in the nationalist media in the USA about that? Because, for example, I believe back in the 80s and 90s for Jamaicans, it was more conscious music. In 2002, it was more conscious about Black family, loving each other, sticking together, defending each other. But now it's about you see a lot of people. It's not like that now.
No, nowhere near that.
It's not like that now.
And that plays a big role into, because the biggest problem is when you're putting value into the most. If you're putting value in the most, how do I put this? Perverted images, and saying that has, because that's what we're doing. You have value if you get a BBL. You have value if you get, a tummy tuck. You have value if you put fake everything in your body. That gives you value. So eventually everybody's going to fall to that, because that's what has value. Now, I don't know how many people are sitting down there saying, oh, no, this is not right. Don't do this. And then that's the other problem, is you're seeing that as having value, but you don't see any opposing images that shows any value. So everybody thinking, oh, this is what you have to do if you want to get a man, if you want to have the nice cars, if you want to have a nice clothes, if you want to have a stable household, this is what he expects of me. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. It makes him happy. Or at least I'm getting something out of it. That's where the problem is, that everything has become perverted. So the thing is, how do we now flip that around? Because again, on the flip side of that, you see a lot of strong marriages, children who have, you know, solid families, but the camera is never being shined upon that. That image is not being promoted.
Do you think this is a Black American problem or an American problem?
It's a Black American problem because we are the ones who are dying at a higher rate than anybody else. America caused the problem, but we have to change. So it's our problem that we have to solve.
You see, the thing is, African Americans, they do a bit more abortion, but the Europeans do the same, but they don't get to the abortion stage. They use contraception to forestall it. So the trend is not only Black American, the trend is European, the trend is American. If you go into Europe too, you see the divorce rate is high.
But the trend is American, but American families are still intact. That's where the problem comes in.
I think it's just a Western problem, and Black Americans should not take it like their own personal thing. I think that's a Western problem, because what you're talking, the white people are complaining the same stuff, but maybe we are just so loud online, and people think, oh, we are the ones that suffer the most.
No, but they are facing those problems, but their families are still intact, and what that family being intact means, you have more wealth to pass down to your children. That family being intact, that means you have a stable environment for your children.
Right. Kafar, have you ever heard of
when rents are $3,000 a month, how does that single mother or that single family, because now you're starting to find a lot of men who are parenting their children all by themselves, their rent is $3,000 a month. How do you survive when you got kids on that one little income? And then our income level is much lower than all these other groups.
Yeah, because we're separated.
So that's compounded.
Hold on, can I ask Kafar a question? Have you ever heard of shotgun marriages?
Shock Americans?
Shotgun marriages. In the South, the South, like I believe the white community, the ones that are like super really religious, if you get someone pregnant, like if you get a girlfriend pregnant, they make those two get married. So is this like a cult? You know what I mean? Is this a cultural issue, or is this like a Western issue?
Oh, you're talking about shotgun marriages.
Yeah. If you get someone pregnant, they make you marry. They make you marry your daughter.
Yeah, with a shotgun on your head.
Otherwise, it's the consequences.
In most African society, they still do that.
Yeah, I think it's important they do that actually, because in the UK now the divorce rate is 30-something%. That's families not staying together, and it's not only that. What I'm talking about is I'm trying to understand how is it that the women suddenly decided that, you know what, these guys that we used to stay with we used to sacrifice and remain with before, now the other side that, you know what, I never did like them, you know, now I really want to leave. And they trigger divorces at such a high rate that is too disproportionate for us not to study why that is the case.
Well, that's because everybody's stuck on trying to live their lives like the Kardashians. Everybody has a warped sense of reality. And when it doesn't turn out like, you know, well, it's supposed to be like this. You know, I mean, people spend hundreds upon hundreds of $1,000s for their wedding. So you're already going into this marriage in debt because you still got to pay the hundreds and hundreds of $1,000s for this wedding. Then you're trying to get a house, and by the Chinese market is ridiculous. How you're going to have that stress on you just trying to financially stay above water? And what happens to two people who can't pay their bills? They're going to start rumbling and fussing and blah, 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 because of the stress of, are we going to be living under the viaduct in a matter of 2 weeks? I married you. Why aren't you providing for me? Because this system is putting people under such a strain that they can barely survive. So maybe that might be why, you know, other, you know, groups are.
But why are the men more okay with remaining in that situation than the women? That is because the men are okay remaining in that situation, but the women will like get out.
Outlet other side chicks and other things to keep them, or they won't come into the house.
Tunaja, I would support the women for that. The woman should not need to be okay with a lazy man. She doesn't need to be okay.
No, I don't think it's. You think it's asking to do with lazy? I know of a case where a woman, the guy is walking away, he has to leave even the town to go somewhere else to work and come back, and yet the woman is always angry with him. And when I asked another lady about it, he says, "Yeah, this is what is going on, and my friend's friend is angry with the guy. It's not." I was like, "But why is it that it's never the other way around? Why is that the women are always hot on the case of the men?"
Can I ask you a question on that? Why would you marry somebody you don't like?
No, exactly. But they married them now. She married this guy. She's already.
You don't like you, and you sit down on your knee giving somebody a ring. And the person don't even like you.
That question is for the women. Yeah, go ahead.
No, she may marry you because this is gonna give me a nice house and 3 square meals. I mean,
yeah. Let me tell you something. Women, right? We go out. We're married. Okay, we're all married. We're gonna hang out. We're gonna play whatever that we're gonna be playing. We're having a good time, right? But at the same time, if you don't inform the women your whereabouts, one, it starts with worry. Okay, they worry. They're warriors because they want the whole family home. You understand? You're out there, anything can happen to you. So she's already thinking, protecting you in her mind so you can come home safe. You're hanging out. If a man is in the house and with his wife, with his kids, she's not going to nag him. She's not going to say a word because he's there in front of her with the children. But the minute men...
Even if he just text her and say, I'm out with my friends, that might relieve a lot of her worries. What do you guys do? I'm just drinking, having a good time. She called 15 times. I'm not going to answer that. I'll deal with that later.
There's that too, because there's certain communication that you already trained her. Because women, they listen that trend. Is he going to answer my phone call? Or is he okay? You understand? But we, as men, we're out and we're having a good time. By the time you come back, it's like you're coming back way too late. And, very late, he didn't even say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just going to be hanging out a little bit more." Whatever, I think it's a lack of communication in general. When they ask you, when they ask you where you at, right? On the average, no man is gonna say, "I'm at the bus stop and I'm on the INQ," whatever. You know what I'm saying? To tell even the address.
But Nigerian men do the same thing. Nigerian men do the same thing. They don't go to home and the woman will like, enough of this, you are out. See, the thing is, I worry that
Nigeria is a complete patriarchal society.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the women, when you ask the women, they say they are very happy in their marriages. But yet, the Western women, they are most likely to say they are not happy in their marriages. And yet, these men actually do provide, and probably even more gentle than the Nigerian men.
Where they at? Please show me.
No, I'm saying there are a lot of nice men in the UK. There are a lot of nice men in the UK.
Okay.
Yeah, and because the thing, what happens is that this lady now, she just had a child with this guy, and they're already married properly, they know everything properly right. And yet she gets close. You said something about whether the guy is at home, he's going to be happy. No, not all the time. Like she will be complaining like, "Oh, the guy didn't do DIY. He doesn't know how to do DIY. He has to always hire somebody." Or that, it's like there's always something they don't like, and this resentment builds up to a point where, and even then, the man is still okay.
But be like, that means she doesn't like him. She don't like him.
Okay, then why get married to him then?
Because she was looking for a roof.
Ooh.
to put over her head. She needed a place to live. And he said he'll marry her. And the one she wanted said no. I'm like, well, I might as well go with him. He said he did ask. Okay.
So you are accusing women of being disingenuous when they go into marriage?
Both sides are
No.
disingenuous
No.
sometimes.
Yeah, I think I personally, I get that they buy into the narrative that they can't tolerate certain things. I think maybe that's part of it where they feel like, okay, I can't tolerate this guy behaving like this, leaving his socks everywhere, and all this. Something that their mothers did and supported their dads for. Now they don't want to tolerate that anymore, and they are willing to just let go very quickly. And I don't know. I think it's good that we discuss these things, because when we know where the source of the issue is, then maybe they can decide that, you know what, is this worth the sacrifice of keeping the family together?
Well, and then on the opposite end of that, they may actually like each other, but then they have outside forces that are, girl, are you dealing with that? I would never deal with that. That not. And then, dude, look, I could introduce you something. She gonna make you happy. You shouldn't have to be dealing with all this stuff. So if you let those outside forces keep buzzing in your ear, it can create tensions that never even existed, but because that my boy is looking out for my best interest. My girl, she would never tell me nothing that's not gonna be good for me.
Another thing that I want to add into this marriages and being together, the number one thing that really break a relationship, whether you're a girlfriend or you're married, actually it goes all between the relationships, right? If you don't have a good communication, if you don't keep each other confident on what you do, okay, and there's always questioning, then really you got to sit down, you got to close your door, do not bring your mom, do not bring your sibling, your friends, just the two of you sitting down, say, what's your problem? And start really communicating what's the problem. And when you do have a problem, first resolve it among each other, because the third party is going to take you out of spin, because he's got his own different ways of the way he sees the world. But
that's 100% correct.
The two has to shut the door close. Not internet, not YouTube, you're not going to get any of these advice. You can advise each other by communicating face to face, not on the phone. Okay, anything that's going to come, financial discussion, when it comes to fidelity issues, loyalty issues, you got to close your door and start talking. Then you resolve the problem, whether you're good enough for each other. And don't spread the word and say, oh, all men are the same, or all women are the same. You dealt with it, accept it, and move on. And the worst one is the one that advise that are out of a relationship, do not accept why the relationship failed. And you're going to take advice from them. So that means you got the third wheeler that's going to spin your relationship out of proportion. So, man, the people that are in relationship, they have to discuss it, communicate it, what their problem is, and say, oh, is this what you don't like? Is this something that I can fix? Yep, done. Okay, I can fix that. That's how you're going to communicate. The problem is, like BJ showed it, the Kardashian shows, or these Atlanta housewives, or whatever, different popular shows comes in, and the men, I don't know about that, following it. I don't think they probably watch it while they're watching with their better half. But other than that, we're not really, in general, we're not into it. But the women are.
Yeah, the thing is this, sorry for cutting you short. I think we are two different species. We see, we kind of, what's it called? We analyze emotions differently. Some things that for men is just like some basic emotion. For women, it is really deep. For them, it's like huge. But for men, it's just like, for example, you can be walking with your partner, with your wife, and you see a girl, and you turn, you look. That is some kind of a man instinct. that does not really mean you want that woman. You understand? But women hate that thing. And that may really cause you like a real problem. But you're not looking at her because you want her. It's just some men instinct. I think so. There's some differences between men and women. If we don't really understand that differences, we always get into this conflict because you think the way you think because you're a woman. And I understand that you're a woman. Things like this mean so much to you. And the women to understand that for men, it doesn't mean as much as they think. You know, sometimes.
Do you think if men were it's let me just ask this question quickly. This is a little bit of a side note though about men looking at women when they are walking past. Do you think if they were dressed like people like in Saudi, you know, like that's Muslim regalia where they cover their hair, their body and everything, do you think the men will be looking at women that way as much?
No, I don't think so.
So that could be the reason why they did it then.
Well, and then another thing is the person she may have been involved with prior to you may have looked, stopped, got the number, and when she was looking for him, he was over at her place. So maybe it could be deeper than just you looking at that other person. So she may be carrying something from past relationships, and that's why it bothers her so much. Or is the guy the type, oh, I'm looking at her, but I'm gonna get her number later. You know, so you never know what's triggering that person and why they feel the way they feel. And you have to, like Big E says, you got to communicate and find out what is someone's triggers, because we all have triggers. And some things you can work on, and some things, no matter how much you work on it, you just can't get past it.
So one of the things, the hidden ones, you know, the hidden ones that you never mentioned to your better half, the one that really are the cause to those triggers.
Yeah.
Something that you didn't disclose in your relationship, and they become a problem over and over because somebody's holding information where the other one could have helped. You see what I mean? And the other one becomes victim because of that same issue coming over and over. I'll give you an example. You know, I was dating this girl a long time, a while ago, and we went to this restaurant, and on the bar, the bottom part of it, it has lights with all these designs, and all these designs, you know, they became like, you know, you cannot see it. You understand? It's like people standing, so every opportunity they move, you kind of glance at it. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, since everybody's there, for me, in my mind, I'm looking for that artist, and he's very famous artist paintings, but it has lights behind it, so you can see it really nice. But unfortunately, you cannot see when there are too many people in there. It's just a decor. So the first thing that on that date, she said, "Man, you're checking out everybody." I said, "No, I'm not checking out anybody. You have to check out this bar." And they have this beautiful art right at the bottom of it. And just look at it. She said, "No, I don't think so. You're looking at." I said, "Listen, there are 1,000 people. I mean, 100. I would say about 10, 15 people just walking back and forth, right?" And then she looked at it. She said, "Wow, I didn't even pay attention to that." And literally, we start moving people and we start taking picture of that picture. But it could have been a misunderstanding if it was not really communicated to her. You see what I mean? So we get in trouble without knowing the trouble coming.
Sorry for the moment.
So when,
just for a moment, I'm sorry for cutting you up, but I just wanted to appreciate, you know, two donors who just happened to donate this time, as you know.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna donate.
Yeah, we have Felicia Asiedu. This is Nana Dreams, by the way. I didn't know that Nana Dreams. You are Felicia Asiedu, donated 46 minutes ago, and also our brother Walsame. He also donated just 26 minutes ago, and everything is here. So I want to appreciate you guys for your generosity, and you know, for this means a lot to 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 all of us. So I really just wanted to appreciate that. And Biggie, I think I'll also leave this session for you. You can you can end anytime you want. Yeah, because I've been here for quite a lot today. This is the third stream, straight to do, and I need to get some rest. But I'll be somewhere here in the background. So Biggie,
No
Take
problem.
care, Mika.
Hey, Mika, you know, I told you once I'm available, I'm available.
no. I feel like we shifted from whatever we're doing right now. We're in the diaspora talk, for
Yeah,
a while.
exactly. Yeah, I was about to
The
talk
after
about my own
start early.
idea, and
Do we add this time to
And-
Tanzania?
And
Never
yeah,
hours.
exactly. We went even to Tanzania on Tuesday, and I don't want to catch you guys out, so I'm just gonna excuse myself.
Take care,
Continue with the
Mika.
conversation.
Hey,
Appreciate
hey, Mika, while we have everybody, you ready to? In fact, BJ is here too. So you ready to jam on Friday?
Oh,
On the recap?
I got $5 on it. I got
I got
$5 on
a
it.
5 on.
Oh, of course. On Friday, Friday is gonna be very special session because all of the hosts will come together and do a special live stream for also fundraising. So it's gonna be a very special day. I'll be there.
Yeah, you got it. I just want to make sure because everybody that's watching, we got one crazy Friday coming in, and tonight don't miss it because I will have somebody that's gonna play live, and we're gonna have some music, and
A party.
we're gonna have it's a party. I got 5 on it, right?
Yeah.
DJ, I got 5 on it.
So we're gonna have to put all our $5 down to get that bottle.
Yeah,
That's right. That's right.
Entertainment is a huge part of our culture, so we're gonna bring that in.
We're gonna bring it in.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Again, Mika, thank you so much. We love you. Go and rest, and I'll take it over from here.
no, yeah, we really appreciate this initiative because I think we Africans are sick and tired of people sharing our own narrative, our own news, what's happening in our continent. They always have their agenda, and they're always going to share the story with their own agenda in it. So it's good that we have this initiative, and we just have to carry on like this, and we grow with it.
Absolutely.
I really do appreciate it. Yeah.
We're gonna
It's so
walk
important.
the talk.
It's so
I got
important.
5 on it.
Oh yeah. As Nigel said,
Walk
we're
the
gonna
talk.
put-
I got
we're
the
gonna
5
put our
on it.
money into our
Yes.
mouth. Yeah.
And it's so amazing today that Tanaja joined. You see, Tanaja gonna put the word out there.
Yeah, I mean, you see, I've been dealing with my fellow Nigerians. I did tell Mika about it. My Nigerian brothers are tough people. You know how they are.
My best friend is Nigerian, so I truly understand.
So I've been dealing with a lot of them. So it's been a long stretch.
You know, the awesome thing though, we're aware. We are aware. We're all African. We are in it. You know, we're all in it. Brutally honest.
And so, you're not alone. And, learn from our battles.
Yep. So, Gifaru,
Yes.
Let's hear from you.
Yeah, so I've been talking to me and to Niger back and forth, but we have our own disagreement when it comes to security, so we're not going to go into that. But this is the thing. This is my idea, okay? I believe we Africans, we are the politicians. I'm sick and tired of people saying, our politicians, our politicians. Personally, I don't know about other people. I don't think anyone in my country is better than me. I don't think the president is better than me. I don't think the minister is better than me. I don't think I can take his position. That's how I think. You understand? So I don't really blame them. I blame me for not getting to that position. Because we Africans, young Africans, we are kind of excluding ourselves from politics. we've made politics to be a thing of some elite class. But even when you go to those elite class, you see the people in those positions, they don't have to be there. They are only there because we are not in those positions. That's why we have a lot of leaders that can easily be manipulated by the West, because the right people that are supposed to fill those positions don't care. And they think, well, there's nothing we can do. There's something we can do. You don't just have the interest. That's why I tell people, try as much as possible to get into politics in your country. It may be like a little, like the smallest thing. It may be a political party that does not even have any say. It doesn't matter, but you should be part of it. So I was talking about Two Niger about this my idea, because if I look at the African continent, I think most of our political leaders have been compromised. Even the ones that are not yet in power, they're already compromised. It's like there's a mechanism, there's a sub-Africa that's been created by the West that controls who's to be president, who's to lead these people. So what they do, they produce us what I call rulers. We don't have leaders, so they just give rulers, not leaders. So some people ask me, what's the difference? I say, well, a ruler does not need your opinion to make any decision. That's a ruler. He's just a dictator. He's just decide because he doesn't need you. But a leader needs the people's accreditation. They need people's opinion to lead them. But in Africa, we just have these rulers. They're not leaders. So I was telling him, for Africa to move forward as one, we can't work as individual country. That is a mistake, because if we go back into history, we see all these great Pan-Africanists, they try to work by themselves. One country in Africa is so small and so insignificant, no matter how big you are, no matter how wide you are, to fight this imperialist power, the West. You cannot do it by yourself. You need your brothers, you need your neighbors. So it is tantamount. It is really tantamount that we even think of having problems with our neighbors, because they are the only ones that can stand with us when it comes to problems. I always give this example. People are like praising Mali. Whoa, Mali is kicking out France. Mali is that. But what is Mali? What are they going to pay? What are they going to suffer? France is just at the next neighbor in Niger. France can still do anything they want to do to Mali from Niger. But if we have this kind of political party that we all work like a bloc, when France get kicked out from Mali, it becomes a domino effect. We kick it from all other countries and they have to leave the continent. But France is still comfortable in the continent. They even have the audacity to tell ECOWAS to suspend Mali, because Mali is working by itself. It's not going to be able for them as a country to fight France. So I told her, have this idea. I said to Niger, why can't we have some kind of a Pan-African conglomerate party? I just give this fictitious name. I call it PPA, like Pan-African Alliance. And in each African country, we have Pan-African Alliance with the same agenda and the same ideology. And we meet among ourselves and talk. So if for some reason one day we became the political powers in this country, we don't need all, let's say 10 of us. We work as a group, we carry ourselves, we go to the African Union, we make decisions as a bloc, and think, to me, that is the kind of thing we need. So that's just my idea. And I tell you, well, we can just create a shadow government online. It can be a virtual thing. It doesn't matter. We don't need to go into like really big politics now. Let's create a virtual thing online. Let's see who can be there. I'll say to Nigeria, you're the president of Nigeria for PPA. It may be something stupid, or they say you're president for in the talk. Oh, you from, brother? I don't even know.
Always, when it comes to politics, okay, in the nutshell, you have to follow the money. Where does money come from? Where is this campaign money? Have you ever noticed a lot of times when there's election in the West, you have certain amount of funding that is going to be available for you. And it goes the same thing internationally. But anything that slips beyond on what special interest comes in, and if we follow the money, now what that happened in Somalia wouldn't happen. Because it was clear, that they sold Somalia. Unfortunately. It was very clear. The next day, within 24 hours, after 20 years, you go back again, you know, that shows you all the agenda that was placed. If they really followed the money where all these things come from, even the corrupt politician cannot escape. There's one thing my father said, you know, you want to follow politics, you got to be a good damn liar. You have to be a liar, but the liar becomes the truth. You understand? Almost to that level, okay? I'm going to deliver this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Here's my stat. Da, 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 da. You just make it so real, just like the truth, okay? And then you go 5 years, you know, and you got all these truths that you taught of your lies. You have to amend again, you know, and then you're going to replay those in between. So you have to manage your lies into what you deliver. And in between these lies, if you're a liar, you're a thief. Remember that. If you're a liar, you're a thief.
But don't you think that is bad?
But it cannot be a thief. You cannot just be a thief without the lie. So that means that money that's going to come into your influential and special interest in the whole world for the last, ever since the civilization started, that existed, is how to minimize it, and the impact will be better every time for the next generation. But follow the money. Politics, follow the money. If you don't have money, you're not a politician. You're just somebody that just, in Italian, they call it fanfarone. You know, he's just blaring because he has no support.
Speak Italian, say Italiano.
Yes, I understand Italian and French.
I live
and Spanish. So
I lived in Italy for 10 years, so that's why.
Yeah. So you know what is fanfarone.
Yes.
So it's gonna be like blowing smoke. And then these are the worst type, because they're gonna go on every cafe and they're gonna talk something that they know better than anybody else, because again, like I said, they're politicians, they're liars. Okay. You gotta be a good liar.
Yeah, but
and they propagate that. And they propagate that where it becomes, you know, the actual leader becomes a bar talk or a coffee talk, you know. And then since they didn't get successfully enough to be at the power level, then they even disrupt more. So each person has the power to say to 11 people, okay, oh, I heard it from so and so. You know, there's a saying. Somebody said, you know, the cock had an egg, right? One egg in the morning at 7 a.m. He had an egg. By the end of the day, that cock had 100, because the way people exaggerated. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So,
you know, and some will be out there.
So cannot have an egg.
They saw that down really easily. I mean, it's got Chris Rock as the lead character, but it talks about the political structure and how they play both sides of the fence, and all it's about is them getting campaign money, never about solving the issue.
If you can add something, Kifaru, I think what you said was can I just say something about what you said?
I just want to finish that. It's just 2 seconds. So my idea is we need full power. Okay, to change Africa, we need full power. We can't have partial power. If we have partial power, these politicians can shut us down anytime. But if we have the full power, we have the power to make the right decision.
I think what you said has a lot of power in it, and it has a lot of potential to make a difference, especially when you have a Pan-Africanist take a party like that in every country. Because like I can tell you that in Nigeria we don't have one. Right
Yes,
now
they're not. They're not.
So, and we need to have that so that, because it gives our people the conscience, it helps provide that consciousness that reminds people that, you know what, we are African, you know, when it comes to the continent, we are African, we need to work together. And the next generation, if that kind of stuff is put in place, the next generation will not lack that knowledge of being African. Because what is happening now is that most of them are disillusioned. They don't even see Westerners as a problem. Anyway, majority of the continent don't see Westerners as a problem. They see them as friends. So they don't understand that they are rivals. So that will change if you have a Pan-Africanist point of view of things. And I think, you know, all grease your elbow. What you talked about, if you start, I definitely will support it. And because political parties are not cheap, I think Big East and the other lady made a very good point. Political parties are expensive, so you have to have a way of generating income for that party if you don't get compromised.
I have a whole book that I've been writing on this my idea. Don't worry. It's just that I'm not.
Wow.
I'm writing things. I'm amending things. You know, you need because sometimes it's difficult to ask people to donate money. You know, sometimes people donate once. They don't want to donate again.
You can't ask them to donate. You have to have a source of income that is functional.
That's why I call like auto financing. You need to have an auto financing, and we have models. We have this. It's going to take time. You know, just to me, let's try this thing because we don't have Pan-Africanist party. Because if you look at the data, I was shocked that African's country, almost 100% of their export is Europe. Almost all of them. That is powerless. So these countries, they can tell you, you know what? We're not buying your product. What are you going to do?
Nothing.
You're done.
Yeah. And again, Kifaru, you know, this is something that the unification of Africans, if we have that one single party, the same mission throughout Africa. So that means the Pan-African, on all 54 states, there's a Pan-African party. Okay?
Yeah.
And you got all the other African parties that are in Pan-Africanist parties that's going to be funding it because they are one party. Just like here, Republican, Democrat that you have, and liberal, whatever that you have, is the same party that's going to be heard over and over. They might not get in power immediately.
Yeah.
They might not get, but at least they start the groundwork.
Exactly.
Okay?
You've understood.
For me, for me, you know, a lot of the so-called political party. Oh, I'm a political party. I call it political party A. Now I got the rest of them that I got to compete with, and I'll ask my government to give me some funding. They're gonna say, okay, you registered. They go background check, and this is what you do. Okay, fine. You know, they put you in there, and then by the time you know you use all the time, airtime, contribution time, all that, nobody don't even know you because you just came out. Now you're eating campaign money. You understand? But if you do put the criteria that they've been around inside the country, inside the continent, did so many differences, let's say by just putting water available, by putting agriculture or macro agricultural fundings, go campaigning in the countrysides, because the city is the city.
I think you understand.
Are we in the same line?
Yes, yes.
Are we in the same line? So that means
we are perfectly. Yeah.
So that means if we got this big, gigantic continent, bigger than anything else in the world, and we got this one party, Pan-Africanist party. You can name it anything. You can call it One Africa. You can call it whatever.
Yeah.
But this that exists on all the nations in the continent.
Exactly. And it should be the same agenda.
And yes, and when it comes to coming to taking party the next level for the leadership, and the next vote is going to be in the next 2 years, you can plan it, and then you put everything you can to help that political party to do what they have to do in the country and get it known in the country.
Yeah, exactly. So one help each other. So I had to make it different because the problem in my country might be slightly different from the other party in the country. So you see what your brothers are facing and you try to make sure you help them. Like you work like one. It's not like just one party alone in some African country. That does not make sense because these people have placed a mechanism to separate us. And if you start digging deep, you're going to be shocked. It's not just like a coincidence. They know what they're doing. It's something that...
You know what? I'll give you another crazy idea, Kifaru. You know, the next thing I'll give you is the opposition of Pan-Africa, but still in the same stand, but a different way of doing business. You create both of them. So
yes, it's okay.
Now you're creating competition.
You're smart, but you're still the same people.
You put some fire into them. Yeah. Like I said,
you create some puppet opposition. I know what you're saying.
Whatever that is gonna be like, you gotta fight for it.
Exactly.
It's continental. It's not just in the national level, but it's just you gotta create that competition because that competition might be better. You never know.
Yeah. Because this word, okay, this just some basic idea. I'm not going to go into details. I've divided this thing into three sections. I've called one the public, I've called one the core, then the last one I'm not going to mention it. Okay, so in the public, in the core, everyone, because we have diasporans. Okay, let's say there's a PPA in Ethiopia or Somalia or whatever. The Somalia diaspora, they're part of the core. And the public ones should be in the country. Because there's no idea that someone is leading a political party and is not present in that country. The core can be sympathizers of those parties. They see what is going on. Everyone can be the core. But the public, so the core choose the leaders. We choose our own puppet leader. So the core of the PPA, they can be from the diaspora, but they decide who is going to represent PPA in that country because they're the ones financing that's the public. Then there's the last one. It's a little bit of a secret society. I don't want to get into it so much because it is just going to be a like big overseer of everything. But we have the core and the public. So we create our own puppet leaders because it's easy for you, the diaspora, to finance something, you know. That's just one of some little mechanism I'm trying to come across. I'm brainstorming, you know. So I have some other people. I've been going on around seeing how much it costs to register a political party in most African countries. It's not that expensive, especially if you live in the West. So I tell these people, you don't want to take power now. So give yourself maybe 6-10 years. Doesn't matter. You're not going to take power now. It's not going to work. You need to get inside and feel the country. You got
to vet yourself. You got to be
get to invent yourself. You're not going out after 2 years. You want to know. You don't. You just stay out from presidential election. You go to the grassroots, make people know you. You know, try to get into people's mind. Meet the old people, the rural. Make little project that people keep seeing you, and you can share all the the PPA in all African countries. You need to create that momentum that you think, okay, it's okay. It's okay now. Let's try to move one step further, and you try to always move as a block. Always move as a block, and let's see what's going to happen.
And especially if you are in the same party, right? One thing that's going to help is that whatever that he did in that nation, he shares it with the other politicians.
Exactly.
And then what happened is they replicate the same thing. They all go together. So
that is the idea. That's how I say work in the block.
When you put it all together, that's when you have the number of the populace that's going to look into. Hey, wait a minute, is this a political party or is a working? People have to question what kind of benefit they got from that specific person that's representing. And that would be the power, and getting to have the whole continent to understand there's a mechanism, because you cannot just, oh, I'm Pan-Africanist today, there's an election, I'm going to go in.
No,
It's not going to work.
No, yeah. You need to be.
So the thing is, if you want to make it grassroots, if everybody contributed something, it could be at a small level, and you just keep pulling, because you have the numbers of people from all over giving it, and give them some sort of structure that their voice and their concerns will be,
of course,
addressed. Then they will
course.
constantly feed into this, so you have that financial foundation for it, and then it can just grow and grow and build.
Yeah, that's why I said the core is so much important, because we have the diaspora that can be part of the core, because someone in the diaspora cannot become a president in his country, because he might not want to live there. He's not comfortable with that environment. But the people that in that country that they don't have problem living there, so they become the public ones. You have the core. So that's just as Europe is sitting and picking our puppet leaders, we pick our own puppet leaders, just like that.
And I also think that, from my point of view, given that I'm interested in areas of security, there might be benefit in starting with at least monitoring activities of all these foreigners on the continent, monitoring everything they are doing, because if you know what they are doing, you stand a better chance of being able to counter it.
Of course.
And so personally, I think I'll probably enjoy doing that, because if you have a way you set up associate organizations that monitor their activities from one country to another, that's a solid thing to do too.
I want it to be like a party of intelligent people, not just emotion. We need to work with data. Okay, we need to get into the data of what is happening in this country, so that we can educate the local people, like really what is happening. When you see like Jehovah's Witnesses, right? As they move from one door to another, talking to people, that's something we have to do.
Yeah,
people should get bored of you. Oh, is this people again? In all country, understand? With knock doors and telling people what's going on in their economy, people need to understand their country, because most Africans, they don't care. You understand? They don't care about the data. They don't know anything about the budget. They don't know anything. We need to, people need to be able to, we need to have this data and educate these people. So PPA is not just going to be some kind of political party, people to dance and share them rights. No, it's going to be something that people understand, so that the lay person, if they ask you, tell me about your country, they can say, oh, PPA has taught me this. So they have some idea about some basic things that's going on within the country, as far as the economic, political, the treaties the country have signed with the West, things like that. We need to educate these people.
The PPA can be the political wing of the same Pan-Africanist movements, because if you look at what this in Swahili Nation is doing, they are like a kind of media, and I think part of it is also creating awareness within the continent in terms of news, in terms of education and stuff like that. They ensure that, and probably they are doing even more. I think liaising eventually. I don't think they should only tie it down to only non-governmental organization. They should also be pressuring the African Union or the East African Union.
This is the thing. You need that power to Nigeria. Just imagine, we don't even need all the 54 states. Okay, let's say we have 20.
Yeah, that was more than enough.
If 20 of us will get into the African Union, we can change the direction of that continent. We can we can have veto to vote. We don't need 54.
You can even help change policies, home countries' policies.
Of course, we can change all the policies. We send our representative into African Union. We are in charge. We work as a bloc. That is the power. You understand?
I think it's something that it's not impossible to do, but like I said, at the heart of these things is the funding. There has to be a model of funding that has to be created at the heart of it all.
Yeah, through Nigeria, we start really, really small. Well, when it's come, I've had some my own thought process. I'm trying to see how we can. I'm not perfect, but I have I ask myself, problems and I try to get the solution. And that has been one of the problems. How I'm going to fund this thing?
I'll be processing it.
How I'm going to fund it? But I have some models that are not perfect yet, because the thing, I don't want a political party that relies on donation.
No, you don't want to do that.
Many times people get bored. You can ask someone, people can be so happy to donate $10, $50 once, but if it becomes a recoiling donation, you can't. It's going to be impossible. You can't rely on that. Things will just be stagnant. So you need to find a way to auto finance, and the simplest thing to do that. Okay, I don't want to break the shell yet. It's like agriculture.
No problem. I think it's something that we can explore.
Yes, we'll discuss it, man. So I just want someone, just be anything, so you're the representative, and we'll see how we can build this. I have one person from Ghana and Senegal. I tell him, okay, just wait. I want to get some other people. Let's just make a virtual Africa online. Let's keep what is going on. We're not challenging them. Let's build our own.
And this is the whole thing about Swahili Nation, One Africa. We need everything to plug in, and to whatever that we need to propel with, we have a tool. These are the things that we place in those tools. We coming up with the website. We coming up with Triangle.
Exactly.
We have all these things that are coming together. So if we all concentrate, now we got a representation. We got the first office that's going to be there. It's going to represent the whole Africa. So as a block as we go, we can start block by blocks and make them understand what our missions are, is for the betterness of peaceful Africa. That's our model. We don't want to be cut off. We're going to do this and we're going to change this. We got to be better. We got to be better liars in front of them than being cut off short. You understand? Because that's the politics. Politics, you got to show what you can do, but at the same time, you're short in time, and you automatically will make you a liar. But at the same time, you better lie good in the political side of it.
Politics.
Politics. Exactly. Because for so long,
Kifaru, you will feel at home there. I get the feeling.
Politics.
Imagine all these the Pan-Africanism, the very first that was going on and everything else. Guess what? They don't have any data support. There was no data. You don't know which one is paying what and where the money goes and where the money is coming. Then they were very on top of it. They know they can do it, but they didn't have the support. Because this, in the 60s starting, we should have been somewhere else right now. We should have been, we were not discussing about these.
Yeah.
We would have been on another level. But again, we as Africans, one thing I give advice to all of you that listens out there: you have to be very secretive. If you really want to do something, don't bring it out in the open. Find the right ear, the right place, because this YouTube, as much as you can think you're going to build it, as much as going to destroy it. So there are certain information as an African that you have to preserve. Everything that you're going to be posting, everything that you're going to write, is it going to hurt?
Of course.
One Africa.
Yeah, is it going to hurt?
We have to be very, very
of course, I'm aware of that.
Aware. And I'll tell for all of you in here that's following us, you know what Africa needs. You love Africa, you're African. And there are certain things that we keep until we get the right mechanism that we can propagate certain things for the better of Africa. So, because a lot of the leaders to be, people that are supposed to be somewhere else, they've been talking and they talk so much without any support, and they became victims. So we don't want to go that channel. We don't want to be in that channel.
Exactly. I feel it. Yeah.
So, Kifaru, I'm proud of you, man, as a brother that's working on this. Really congratulations. If you bring it to that level, that's right there. It's an African by African.
Yeah,
so
I just want even
it's
we
important.
could get something virtual, just a lot of people from different. Just let's make it virtual first. Let's be some thing on YouTube. You know, there's a thing. We're not hiding anything. You know, I think if any person is trying to do it, what's going to hide, we're going to hide it. But what is going to be online is going to be online. So if any person is against Africa not going forward, then that person should not be in Africa. You know, so we're talking about political parties, and it's free. You know, we are talking about even hiding things. We can't really hide things online because we're using someone else's server. They might tell you.
This is why I often
they might tell you it's
ascribe
encrypted, but they're encrypted. They have a decryption key, so
can I say something?
Be careful what we say. Yeah.
This is why I ascribe to hidden in plain sight. Sometimes you can stand in front of people and they don't see anything, and just because you are now in the midst of so many, but when you go into shadowy corners, that's where they search.
Exactly.
You know? So they have to process a lot of information. They have to filter out all the gender wars and all the rest to get to us. So it's a lot of it's a lot of mess out there. So
absolutely, and actually one of the things is don't be emotional and spill the beans. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
emotional. And this is your continent. This is our country, our continent. So we got to protect it end to end. Whatever that happens, that this is not it. You know, you gotta be on top of it. Don't be emotional. Yes, we're gonna be emotional on the loss of lives that we have.
That was the thing.
Unnecessary roughness. But anything else, the way it's coming down, we're just gonna have to sustain it. Yeah. It's like a spring, you bring it in, understand where the money's at, and you just
follow the money.
Follow the money. Dream big. We're supposed to be dreaming big. All African dream big. Where you want to see. My mind is eat, drink, sleep, Africa. Yeah. So I see borderless. Yep. And you repeat. until my last breath, I'm gonna eat, drink, sleep, Africa.
I think with African continent, we cannot work as individual countries. It's a lie. So when I go online, I see people saying word like Ghana for Ghana, Nigeria for Nigerians. That it breaks my heart because this is just some stupid things that they don't even understand what they're talking about. So,
but you know something, Kifaru.
Yeah.
Kifaru, don't forget one thing. Don't forget, it's a free will. Okay. And you know what? By the time they talk, there'll be one leader that's going to give them enlightenment.
That's true.
If we don't talk until you get drop dead about it, you believe in it, and then until somebody turns around and say, "Here's the light," because we African lack this platform. Sometimes Dr. King, Kazorian, when he go there. Sometimes I want to get in, and sometimes I'm like, "Oh, I cannot." You can't because the topic is different. The handling is different, and there's a great topics that comes out. But sometimes people don't let you talk. People just start cursing and start saying something else.
Yeah, sometimes
it loses a certain sense. In here in Swahili Nation is you can criticize the idea, but leave the person alone. He's putting his 2 senses. He was putting his 2 senses. Leave him alone. That's the idea. If it is wrong, explaining what is the better way to do. So
I think someone was asking the question: what is the role of the diaspora in building Africa? That there are about 200 million of them out there. I believe that the diaspora has a big role to play. One, they come with the gift of not having tribes technically, because they are all mixed with all Africans, and at least most Africans. And then they also have access. Some of them have proximity to power in the case of the US. So they have contributions and they have knowledge of their own environments and things that they can contribute on the continent. So, and when that time comes, because I know of some this in Africans, I think in Nigeria actually is working on a more global stuff that wants to try to bring the community together. I think there's a lot of people doing a lot of things everywhere, and I am sure one of the reasons why I came on and I engaged with African American, because I actually believe that because of their proximity to the power in the US, they are part of the state, and the state is pan-European. Why is it that the state doesn't also have some form of Pan-African flavor too? Because so far, the United States is all pan-European, and that's not fair to the fact that they have almost 15% of African Americans there. So it's something that needs to change.
Well, so, you know what, Tina Jackie, I'm Tinaja, I'm sorry. I'm like, no, YouTube channel. Right, it's okay. It's past my bedtime, forgive me. No, I was just going to mention in the past.
It sounds good anyway. It's all
right. Okay.
We needed that moment of laughter.
Well, that's what I'm good for. I'm good for that, nothing else. There was always Pan-Africanism. There was always those. I mean, if you look, Rashidi, so many of our great scholars who had that connection. The problem was that it was an isolated group, and the voice was not able to get wide enough. But they wrote so many books, so they you know, our ancestors and our former leaders built a pathway. Is now up to us to now build the bridge. And because we're living in a society that's, you know, where we have so limited control over the resources we have to think, can we start small? So we have to make sure that those who don't have resources can still connect. Because I think now more than ever, you see so many, even just on YouTube, you see so many different things. This youth is waking up, and they want to change, and we just have to build that bridge to get them connected.
Yep, and we did an example, you know, on Triangle, you know, the new software that the architect Rich is working on, right? we look at somebody that needs a small finance, you know, somewhere in Africa. It can be anywhere, and you know, he put his project and everything else online, and you'll have the actual diaspora that's going to be looking at. It can be agriculture project, it can be IT project, it can be anything. So these, let's say out of all these millions diaspora, and especially on the part that have the same field, it looks at it, and he will accept that that project and look at it a little bit deeper. Once it gets recognized and everybody sees that and talk about it, and they take a lead to it, say, hey, you know, I believe I can fund it. So can you imagine a 1 million diaspora? I'm not talking about multi-million, but 1 million diaspora. If they put the money to fund this young entrepreneur African, it would cost them 10 cents.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then that way he does not then need to go to these foreign corporations and work for them, and then
and they'll take your proprietary intellectual properties,
exactly,
and it comes back and hurts us. So if we really vow for this young entrepreneur that can do something better, and then you'll see also inventing the original wheel that can replicate throughout Africa, and find the same kind of kid or the same kind of project manager that proposed this project and find it elsewhere and show them how it got funded and how it worked, it would be like a brush fire. So for 10 cents of your contribution, basically you're going to have, let's say, a funding place where you're going to have a very transparent accounts where these funds, your 10 cents goes to these different projects. And at the same time, you have another big brother that's overlooking on the delivery. And then on the ground, now that we're establishing the One Africa, on the ground, we'll have other people that are, their job is to go and verify he is what he is and build it from ground up. Can you imagine?
Yeah, and the thing is, we had that in the past, so it's not like it won't work because it worked in the past, so it definitely will work in the future.
Always. Imagine,
Yeah,
even back home, just a simple thing. When there's a wedding, where there's a death, where there's a help required, the small community, they chip in. And they chip in to help their family. It's still within our soul to help others.
Yeah,
That's how we are.
Yeah, I mean, look at George Washington Carver, one of the greatest inventors ever. He started the same way. I mean, our banks were started the same way. Small contributions, small minor contributions. And when you pull all those small contributions together, it adds up. And then basic math tells you you can divide anything by anything. You can multiply any number by any number. You divide you multiply a small number by a huge number, it lands up being a nice big size chunk of change. Exactly. So you don't have to have $100 million investor if you have 100 million people chipping in pennies.
Mm-hmm. And imagine just one project. You take one project and you can risk it, and you show the success of the project. It's all word of mouth, and we got media that we can put it together and what has been achieved, for that small fraction. And people now will start paying attention. Hey, my 10 cents made this. The same thing with the Swahili One Africa office that we're trying to build. We said 5,000 for €5. We should have more than that. But a lot of things that's been changed. We've been suspended for 7 days, and the algorithms start changing. A lot of things changed on us, and we have over 200,000 subscribers, 210 by now subscribers, and only on our subscriber base. Okay, just take just 10% of it. Okay, this office should be up and running, literally. But the algorithm is not there. We're not naive. We're not, people are skeptical. But for me, I'll take my €5 and I'll take a risk of it. I'll take €2. We'll put €5, but anything that you can put in there, take a risk for whatever that you can afford. What your conscious mind says, hey, I'm going to contribute $1 or $2. It doesn't matter.
I'm going to contribute. If I don't, my conscience is going to judge me because I'm like a Pan-Africanist. I wonder before I die, I say, you call yourself a Pan-Africanist. What did you do? And I can tell my conscience, I contributed to one nation, to Swahili One Nation. So you say, okay. Yeah. There's certain things when
imagine, Kifaru, imagine my mind and my emotion. I can see this office being opened, right? Imagine that, whatever this is, how proud would you be? Just the fact you're the founder, just the fact. Imagine, we got to start somewhere, okay?
Exactly.
This is what we're walking. Imagine from YouTube, okay? We're walking the talk. Mika went to Ethiopia, twice? He participated in the tour for the, Understanding Ethiopia the first time. The second time he went to the the Pan-African Youth first meeting, the summit. We walk in, so it's not about YouTube. He put out a lot of message out there. He got connected with all the youth that people came into him, wants to volunteer. We don't even have the criteria for them to volunteer. You understand? But there are so many youth that really said, Mika, what can we do? What can we help you? We said we're working on defining like certain marketing, the marketing part, the place where they're gonna be putting this on YouTube, Instagram. You know, there's different things that we're gonna be managing. And in fact, this thing came out 3 weeks, and I said, you know what, we got to do something about it. And this thing started, because this was supposed to be really a long time. Right when Mika went to Ethiopia, this Swahili Nation One Africa office should have kicked off, because we'll never go back and regret, but it's an experience. But again, I have so much hope. I'm not naive. Okay, people want to understand where the things goes, and I've been saying all along, this is a business. Okay, this is a business for Africans. Okay, and we're going to treat it as a business, because there will be reporting, there will be projects, there will be other things that's going to be associated to it. This is just a beginning. This is just on the financial side, but everything that we do in the background, trying to get these things together, it's all volunteers. It's all, you know, truly people that really give us idea on this kind of panels, people that gives us idea on the comment section. Man, I am so proud of my community. I'm so proud of all of you. You know, just the fact that you're here even discussing this to this length, it's just, that's a small price we can pay for Africa. Just a small price. We didn't even get started. We didn't get it started. Tunaja, I know Tunaja, you want to make sure Africa's secured. And I don't know, for some reason, when I think security, it comes.
Tunaja, yeah, Tunaja.
Not Tunanaki. Not Tunanaki.
No Tunaja.
I apologize. I seriously apologize. I'm not good with names.
Welcome. No. Guess what? I read it. No, I just read it from Pi on the comment section. And Pi robs it.
That was hilarious.
Tunaja, you know Pi, right? He just robbed it again.
He sounded like Tuna Chicken. Who uses Tuna Chicken?
He's laughing.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Oops, I thought it was on the other YouTube's channel. Maybe I'm in the wrong spot.
He's probably gonna praise you, BJ. He's gonna come to my show. Again, you know, we have even your mistake. Make sure that you follow Tunanak, because he's putting out a lot of information out there. A lot of African news. Very proud of him. Very proud of him.
So
I'm
going to do my bits to support, like Kifaru said. It's one of those things that you have to put your money where your mouth is.
Of course.
Absolutely.
We're going to do that. So we will do that. And I have to run, and I will prepare and maybe, tango with my Nigerian brothers again tomorrow.
Are you having a show too, Niger?
Not yet. I'm dealing with a lot right now. I'm working.
It's okay. I know. YouTube is work. It's like,
yeah, but I will do one. I definitely will do one this week, because I've been off for quite a bit.
Take your time. Take your time.
Yeah. Thank you. So let me run. It's been nice talking to you. The lady BJ, and I really enjoyed the answer. She was very honest with her answers. I have to give it to her, because she gave me answers. I was asking about women not tolerating men a lot. And and I'm glad
and we gotta change all that. We gotta change it.
Yeah. And Kifaru, I think your ideas, you are beginning to flesh them out now, and it's beginning to make you shine. I have to give that to you.
The thing is, I'm not gonna be the one to be the president. I know maybe I'm gonna die even before it happens, but we need to start it. You know, I don't want to be the president.
Kifaro.
Yeah,
You sound like those presidents that wear sunshades, Kifaro.
Okay, got it.
Is that a bad thing or is that a good thing?
I don't know, man. I'm just saying. You look like you saw a little bit that we wear sunshade. Like I am the president. Yeah.
Well, is that bad or is that good too?
There shall not be no president besides me.
I don't know if that's a good thing or it's a bad thing. I'm confused now.
You can decide. You can decide how it goes. What can I say? It's just
Kifaro, dream big. Brother. You never know. If you want to be president, dream big.
Do it.
You never know. Just do it.
Yeah, I just believe this project is something that you need to build it from scratch. You need to reborn it. So it's like a child that it's time to grow. If we want to get if we want to get into a hurry, you might get crippled before you grow up. So we need to take the time that it takes and bring everything together. So as you said, we must get to people that know us, they feel our presence, they know us, you know. We need to do what it takes until we're comfortable that this momentum is at the point that, okay, maybe we need to go into politics now. Let's really start full political party. And we can't do that just by one. We need to do it together. So
I think you should come more often in our show, and I'll talk to Mika and
I've been to the show sometimes. I've been to the show
and Sen and have your 15 minutes or so just to talk where you are, and sometimes, you know, even if you don't disclose certain things, certain questions that we can pose, we can interact, and people can help you, because you will accelerate a lot faster when people gives you some ideas things that can structure it.
I need help. My idea, I can't trust my idea. You know, sometimes people must criticize you. You must accept that and say, no, this is wrong. And I'm that person, and I'm open. You know, you can't do this thing by yourself. It's impossible.
True.
Well, you're right on the right channel, because you're not alone.
Don't worry, I will help you rip it to pieces.
I know.
Yeah, definitely, because
let's buy nuclear
it's a big project. You know, it's a big, serious project. What he's tackling it.
Yeah. Because look at it. If you look at this thing, okay. I know we're going to get some challenges. We get into, okay, what are the challenges we might face? You know, that's the question I always ask myself, and how can we solve them? You know, we need to ask ourselves these 1,000 questions and say, okay, how can this be tackled? We have problems in each country, and it might be different. And we need to work with. But my hope is this. Looking at our continent, this is young people. And if people may say what they want to say, Africa is fighting tribalism, no. The youth of Africans are tired. They don't want that bullshit. Sorry for my language. All that fighting, all this tribalism, clanism, ethnic. They don't want it. That is the people I'm going to target, because that is the majority. And those are the ones that can change the continent. Let this all people be doing
27 years old, right? The average age is 27 years old.
Okay, I thought it was even younger than that. Yeah, but okay, this old people
on the mature side.
Okay, these old people can be doing what they're doing, but the youth, PPA, is youth party. It's for the young people. It's for the real Africans. We decide because we decide that's what.
Are you talking about Africa's average age?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's 19.7.
Yeah, I saw it was quite younger than that. Yeah.
I think I just checked it and it's showing 19.7. That's what I'm correcting.
19.7?
Yes.
No wonder we're gonna reach you. No, listen. No, my data is old, so listen.
Exactly.
No wonder we're gonna grow 2.5 billion by 2030.
Yes, these people that have not even started having children. It's gonna be more than that. You know, the African population does not even have children yet. You understand?
That's what I'm talking
it's
about.
It's going to spike up, you know. These people are still very young, so they're worried about the population growth now. Wait, in 4 or 5 years, you're going to see when this 18 years, I start making children, and it's going to spike, you know. So
yeah, they estimating 2.5 billion by 2030.
I think to me, the census now is wrong. I think it's just some propaganda.
I think we're already on.
There's no
2
way
billion.
Africa is just 1.3 million. There's no way.
There's no way at 1.3 billion.
Billion.
We're gonna calculate.
Yeah, because there's no data. Those people don't go into rural areas. You know, this is just some and they just do some fake data things. And since I was growing up, I've seen censored people in my town one time. But that for some reason they're just making the numbers. Only one time I've seen those people asking some stupid questions. Once in my life, but how do they know the data? And I'm not from a very big area, from a low rural, not like medium level kind of a town. Right. They don't even go to areas that are rural than my area. They don't even go there. So all this data they're talking about is just I don't think it's correct. I don't know.
Some of them you cannot even access it by cards.
You cannot.
Let alone by foot.
Yeah, you cannot. So it's just just make up the numbers.
Uganda's average age is less than 17 as we speak, and they just discovered $12 trillion worth of gold. I tell you, these guys, if they play it right, man, at least you see, this is why what we are doing and what we are trying to do is a great thing, because we have to secure the future. We have a lot of potential, but if we don't do our due diligence as a people, we are not going to get anywhere with all these things. All these resources that are being found, it's not going to be frittered away by other people.
Yes.
I don't even know why they bother releasing this information anymore.
All that targeting is
anybody that finds gold, they should shut them up. And if they don't shut up, because if you find all these things, I fear now that Uganda now there's going to be trouble there. This kind of stuff we need to be stopping from happening, because whenever they find something, trouble. Whenever they find something, more trouble. Enough of these fights we keep having that region.
I think the Europeans are already there trying to see how they can exploit it.
But did you see what happened recently? They said the East African bloc, they are sending some regional forces to Congo now, which is something that I don't think it's happened before. Before. Yeah, if they can really, they said apart from Rwanda, obviously, Congo doesn't want Rwanda nearing their country anymore. So yeah, they don't. And maybe that's partly why Congo shifted to the East African bloc. And maybe it's not a bad thing, because somebody needs to stop that stuff that is going on in that country. The country has suffered tremendously for decades now. And the coltan comes from there. They have so much natural resources that they've not enjoyed at all. It's about time that they do something about it. Enough of it already. Look at Uganda. I think the Uganda president made some nice noise. He said the gold that they found in Uganda has to be processed in Uganda, which is a good thing to say, but it's good that we actually see it happening. Because I think African leaders are beginning to clock onto the idea, at least they're making a noise, that resources that are coming out of Africa needs to be processed in Africa. They're beginning to come.
I think they're not. You know what, Tunaja, I don't think, I don't care how corrupt they are in the leadership. They are very, very aware of what we're talking about. They're very aware, and they get information. The leaderships, all the prime minister, president that you have in Africa, they're getting very aware about it. And the more they expose this kind of transparency, the better for them. You understand? If you're corrupted, you want to have some ching-ching on the side, you're going to get some contracts. You understand? But at least they're telling you, hey, to the world, we got a new gold in here. This is how we're going to run it. This is how we're going to do it. But before, you didn't get this kind of information out there. It's all hush-hush. Yeah, they got gold, they got diamond. We even went through blood diamonds. You know what I mean? So it now they like the more we show, the more we show it, we're still gonna have some kind of funding somewhere in order to extract it or transport it or do something with it. You know what I mean? So they know now. It's not they are these new leaders that came within the last 10 years, 10, 15 years. They're sharpening their way of doing business. And in order to survive this now as voting, okay, when it comes to vote, now they understand the impact in Africa, whether you like it or not, whether it's corrupt, whatever. When the voting time comes, it's vote time. So they know now it's getting very stringent, and they are really can be on a tread that people can let you go. You see what I mean? So they know Africa is aware now.
Yeah, of course.
It's changing. If you ever notice it, things are really changing now.
I see signs of changes happening in Nigeria too, but the dial has to move significantly before I take things seriously, because I don't know what I've said this before. Since 1490 something, Africa has never recovered its footing in terms of being able to compete as a world power or any kind of world power.
But look at it, this year alone, how many countries revolted? You know, they're like, enough. You know, where Galabumba that's talking from South Africa is suing actually the French. But what
are they doing? They are papering over it. See, my look at it is okay. Look at what I'm talking about. The Mali Kingdom, just before their fall, were begging the Portuguese to provide them guns.
Right.
And when the Portuguese arrived, they brought in gifts, trinkets, basically mirrors and all this other stuff. And this is 1495 or so. And that was more than 100 years after guns showed up in Europe. They didn't bother to send somebody to. They didn't bother to send somebody to learn about it. Now, 100 years later, they are begging Portuguese to give them guns, and the Portuguese didn't give them, and their empire fell. Next on the track is the Songhai Empire. 100 years later, they start there too. They didn't master the gunpowder technology, and some groups came from the Morocco and destroyed that empire too. So from then till now, Africa doesn't have any part to play in the technology of defense of the world. They've never met that level. They've never met it since then, and that is the dial I watch. That is the dial that says you reclaim your destiny. Because the Chinese, they had a blip, they reclaimed their destiny. The Indians had a blip, they got themselves back very quickly. But Africans, since almost 500 years ago, we've never recovered. And that's that's what will impress me. If I see any country that moves that dial out of that, doldrum state, I'll say, we are beginning to recover.
When is the Chinese just got the aircraft carrier? Not too long ago. It was like what, 4 or 5 years ago? Yeah, aircraft carrier. They never had that. So they just got. At the time, when they have this, this was like, oh, Pi is gonna join. He wants, it's Pi. Now you're in for the. When does the Chinese had their first aircraft carrier? Since you joined,
like a week and a half ago, but that's not why I joined.
Come on.
The minute that you said Chinese aircraft carrier, Pi showed up. I'm like, okay.
They don't care about the aircraft. They care about their nuclear technology. They got it since the 1950s. That's the one that they were not playing around with. And So yeah, you came in for a reason.
Yeah, I was saying, Biggie, can we add Kafaro to the One Africa Movement group chat? Like, if we want to talk about like constitutional stuff or like a Pan African Party or that kind of stuff, we want to talk about, we should add them to the group chat.
Well, yes. is that your group on WhatsApp?
On WhatsApp,
yeah, we have a group.
I'm on that group.
Yeah,
is that group?
Oh, yeah, I didn't know you were in the group already.
Yeah, I've been in the group. I've been there. Yeah, I see all the posts and things like that.
Okay. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Babe, I think my name is not Kifaru. I think that's why.
Okay. Just whatever you posted, just put that specific.
Yes, I'll put. But if you see, I've got my logo, and you're probably gonna know that's the rhino. That's the Kifaru.
Okay.
Yes.
That rhino, that's the rhino you used to fight. You used to fight the Somalis constantly.
I love that animal. I just love that. I love that animal. It's like one of my favorite. Yeah. Yeah, the rhino. Yeah.
No, yesterday was Icon Fire that was on fire. So
Icon Fire. You come on, you just cursing, Sometimes I just hope you can't listen to Icon Fire when you have children around. You need to go somewhere far in the bush, and there's no one closer to you, because they're gonna say, "What the hell are you listening to?" Like, you need to hide yourself when Icon Fire is around. Lock yourself up just by yourself.
The other day you met your match, and I was like, Kefaro met his match today.
Who was that? Who?
I think I can't fire now. You know the last time I had this stream, and you're like, yeah, Kefaro saw a crazy guy that was not backing down.
Icon Fire will not stop. He's gonna get into your head,
But again, that's an Icon Fire, and I think this whole family knows Icon Fire. So you're probably gonna hear somebody probably text them and said, "Hey, you're on."
Yeah, they're on. Go.
You're on, bro.
Wait, Kafaro, I just posted in the group chat. Can you add me as a friend in text?
In the group?
Yeah, the One African Movement group chat. Add my WhatsApp number, because I have no idea which one is you.
Yeah, he just texted. Man, yeah, that was a good one. Now Icon Fire is gonna have his ear itching now.
Oh
if
yeah,
he comes in. We're closing.
He's like, I think I heard
I'm not gonna go for the next 2 hours.
Well, I'm not. So I'm not in that group. So I've noticed I'm not in that group now. So you can add me. I'm in the SNN membership one.
You're on the SN.
Yes,
okay.
SNN membership.
Okay. Okay, send me on SNN, and then
yeah, post a message on SNN so we know which one is you.
Yeah. Because it's very important. You're on a mission, we support you. There you go.
Oh, okay. All right, good.
Got you.
Yeah, like if we ever have a topic on that particular especially the constitutional stuff or like the politics or creating a party in different African countries, we'll definitely have you on for that. Or if we're talking about Cameroon, because I had no idea you were already in the group chat. I probably missed it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's very important. Part of our mission anyway.
Leaders, because they all just compromise. There might not be, but let's see something else. We're not going to fight them. We just have to have an alternative.
I think most of our leaders, they many of them, they make one decision that compromises the nation. They don't make many, and sometimes they don't even think that they are doing anything wrong, because
So
the
they
compromises
have the
appear
Karen
small.
Thomas syndrome.
The compromise appears small, then it just magnifies later on, and they just, I think Mugabe was making a joke once when he said, African leaders, when they get into office, before they know it, the second term has ended, and they'll be like, they want a third term because the first time was not there, and that it wasn't a real term. The first time wasn't a real term. They have to have a third term. So, and that is because they don't realize that they are compromising their country, and then when they find out that, oh my God, I never did anything, and I just messed my country. I just messed my country up.
But no, that's what politicians do here. Oh, I'm new. I'm just learning the job. This is my first term, so I'm just. I'm still trying to get my voice heard because I haven't been here long enough to get that kind of power in my position, and then on and on and on and on, and then we keep electing and electing, and nothing changes.
Yeah, Mugabe was like, you say you never had the first time, but you were there for 4 years. What do you mean you never had the first time? Don't pretend you never had the first time. Now you're looking for a 10th time. You want to stay there for 12 years. That's ridiculous. So, and I think that's where our leaders fail, because individually they don't think they are bad people. And our previous president, as a matter of fact, our current president still called the Europeans colonial masters. Some of all these people, they were young men, they were grown men already when Africa was still under colonization by and large.
But
and
why would you call somebody your master?
Because that's the word they grew up with. You see, they don't even know the difference.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Sometimes we blame them, but they don't even understand that is a problem. They don't see the problem.
Subconsciously, they don't understand that they still
consciously. Yeah, that's the word. So we can keep saying, "Oh, they are this, they are this." To them, it means nothing because they don't even see what's the problem in it. So
exactly, and that is why even them in Nigeria now, they are advocating that a new generation takes over. Even if the old guard is still trying to muscle power in Nigeria, even the older presidents are saying that new generation should take over, because I think they begin to understand that their mindset is very different from the ones that were born after 1960s. So hopefully, I don't know how Nigeria, the two major parties are now being taken over by two old men. There's old man in the other major party and there's another old man in the other party. So there's a third candidate now that is attracting a lot of people, and I hope he wins. But it's also about, I feel like our people should take power from them. It's about the people making
and start over,
yes,
scrap it and start over from scratch.
Start over from scratch.
Yeah, after a while, you don't want a remote control a grandpa. You know what I'm saying?
And the biggest problem is
just
that
keep flipping.
Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So once you bring somebody new in there, they start smelling, the coffee. Ooh, look at the Danish. Ooh, I could get this. And then they get.
Yep.
But power corrupts only when you control something, money especially. What if, I've always been asking this, I don't know whether Big E, something about finance and stuff like that. Is there anything that stops government accounts being made public so that the public can see what they are doing in real time?
You know what? Yeah, yesterday we were exposing when it came to that from $1 million to $1 trillion. There are some numbers and some figures, but I saw it on the executive summary. But if I break it down and start following those channels, I'll find those the money allocated. You see what I mean? Because I saw something like $68 billion that was allocated to AU for some project in there, and at the same time you see the money where it came from.
Yeah, the reason why I'm saying that is that if nations in Africa, because one of the biggest problems we have in our countries is that they don't trust their governments and they believe that the governments are corrupt. So if you make government accounts public, especially obviously not security accounts, but for healthcare, for education, and you make it public, it means that the people now have more trust for the government, and they are more willing to pay into the government, knowing that their money is not going to get stolen.
I think that's what it lacks. People are really screaming at the leadership, and he has no money.
Because they don't trust leaders. They don't trust their leadership. In the case of Nigeria, anyway, they even hate the leadership. They've gone beyond not trusting them. They literally hate them. And I feel like if you want to restore that broken trust, you need to have a gesture, something that says, you know what, this is the books. Why should and the money doesn't even belong to the government, the money belongs to the people. And this is part of the reason there's an incentive for corruption. Because if
money belongs to government, man.
It belongs to the people. So, because exactly, and this is why they can strike all those weird deals. Nobody knows what's happening. They shouldn't be able to do those things. You know, we need to be able to see it. And then the people who will now participate in the government, in the case of Nigeria, which is a very important country in the context of what we are going through, we need to be able to see where the money is going. That way, our people can actually have trust to pay into the government. They don't trust the government because they feel like whenever they put money down, or all our oil money, the government, they are stealing them. So why should they trust the government with their money? The government say they should pay tax or pay for electricity, pay for anything. So, but if you tell them that they can see the transactions in real time, they just need to subscribe to, let's say, an example that I always paint in mind is that they look at their governor and they say, this guy is looking dodgy lately. Anybody, like, you know what, I'm going to subscribe to see what he's doing with our money. Now you can be able to see the transaction as they are doing it from the government offices. Because that way, you can now make sure that they cannot steal your money.
Yeah, and you gotta watch what's coming too.
Exactly. Oh my God! Where did he get money from? Share? Why did they pay you money? You have to explain everything.
Exactly. I spoke with Kaizoria. I was talking about Kaizoria. We're just chatting how we can fight technology. Though he was a true, but he said something that I put it down on my notebook. He said, technology. We can use technology to fight corruption. And that was something that it was really powerful to me. When he just said technology, that was so important.
To be fair, I've been the one advocating it for a very long time. He knows that. I've been telling him that for a long time. Because I gave the example of CCTV cameras and GPS in cars, that I observed how GPS in cars changed the nature of criminals. They didn't want to steal cars anymore. And because what is the use of stealing a car when you are taking the police to your den? That's a terrible idea.
Yes, technology. But that is crime. That is crime, though. I'm talking about corruption. I'm talking about
it's corruption. True. It's the same thing. You're going to deter people. And you're not going to attract the wrong kind of people into government if you make the money public, so that the people who know everything that they are doing, they can't take the money and run away. If people give them bribe, they will see it.
There's this wonderful technology we have around that is called blockchain, and blockchain is like really, when people talk about blockchain, they're thinking about crypto or currency. No, but just the technology itself, blockchain, it's really powerful. I've seen that made a voting system with blockchain. I think it was used somewhere, like blockchain voting. It was so powerful. So things like that, some technology, and everything can be real time. If people don't have anything to hide, why can't you show people information? The citizens of each country need to be able to go to some website. I don't know. Not maybe if you don't want website, they can easily walk to an office. Maybe
I mean everything.
The problem is it's going to make it harder for them to get their puppets into office. That's why they don't want to happen.
Nigerians, they literally take pictures. You have to take pictures and your fingerprint to get your voting card. And then what the politicians are doing instead is that they are not looking at forging papers. They are trying to bribe the voters now. And that is what they are doing. People they're just giving them money, giving them a lot of money to vote for them. That's the name of the game. And that's supposed to be illegal in Nigeria, but the people that are enforcing it are overwhelmed. How many people are you going to arrest? in many
Yeah,
states.
because the thing with corruption in Africa is not political; it's a culture. That's why I tell people we need to fight the corruption culture.
But you
And
know,
go after the leaders that are bribing people, because
politics cannot stop corruption in Africa, because you're looking at that political level. But the woman, the vendor in the market is still trying to cheat people somehow. It's not political. It's a cultural thing, that mistrust, that deception, to deceive people, to cheat people. It's a cultural thing that carries
no, but
up to
to Niger, you get your corruption directly. We have lobbyists. Same thing. But somebody, instead of the money going to one big political action committee or whatever, you're now taking it down to the street level. So you just give it to the individual, you know, farm or whatever. So it's the same money. It's just how you dicing it up. And they still get their same puppets in there to do whatever they want.
You're very correct there. We in Africa, especially our Nigerians, they always think that many of them don't even believe that there is corruption in many of these Western countries. I think it's because the Western countries are functioning at least. They have power supply. They have it.
Look, tell me when I roll over that pothole that busted my tires, if it isn't really.
You want to bust tire. See, Nigeria, I want to see bust tire is the least of a problem. Nigeria, I want the get power for my property. No, you wouldn't even get power. Then you buy a generator. You won't even get fuel to get the generator. Then you go and try to get the fuel. Then the police station say you have to go to the black market. As a matter of fact, I was even looking now that even buying the petrol from the black market, you have to buy the black market. People have to buy it from the black market too. So
black market.
A black market inside the black market. This is the madness we are going through in Nigeria.
Listen. That's why 26% is entrepreneur. You gotta survive.
Nigerians have issues, man. Serious issues. And this is this day and age, 2022. Oh my God! You can't make it up. We have a problem. It's crazy.
It's still stronger. Actually, they get it smarter.
Brothers, I think I'm gonna leave you guys. It was nice talking.
Yeah,
you've got my name.
About to.
So I really want all of you. Let's come together and help. Let's build this idea and keep it out there. And let's do something. Let's not just be like those who just talk. You know, let's try to just do something like Swahili Nation is doing. Please contribute. Do your donation. And we'll come together. Let's build this thing, and let's create something and see how we can change it. That change can come from us. That's what I say. Those presidents, they're not different from us. They're not intelligent than any of us. It's just the same people we see. So if they can do that, we can do it better. So don't ever underestimate yourself.
Thank you so much, Kivaru, Tinaja, BJ. You guys have been great. Pi, that's been in and out, supporting us, and Swahili Nation, all of you on the commentators, those of you that supported us, please, again, you know, if I may ask you, is to contribute more. We are 3,060. Let's wrap it up for tonight at the 3,100. So. It's 40 short, so let's make sure that at least we close it on 3,100. It's going to be the next step for tomorrow. So we're going to keep making it grow, and it's the benefit for us. We're all standing together, and this togetherness. Tunaja, thank you so much for coming to join us. You've been wanted for a while, so now it's up to you to take the torch and pass it on to the family, to friends, colleagues, and thank you. I really appreciate it. In a short, I'm going to pray for those of you that's been ill, like before Marie Antoinette, Xavier may give you all the blessing, the healing. Kaku is the same thing. The Kaku, Dr. Zadaka, you got also Deborah that's recovering. And for those of us, especially Mika, that's going through all this interviews and make sure that he gets everything heard. So we pray for you, so my brother, you can really have the blessing from Xavier. And at the same time, those of you that are way out there that's going to listen to us back and forth, I pray for you and I as well. Xavier may be with you guys. I'm in. All right. For tonight's show, everybody that joined us, would really appreciate it. Please donate. Keep up with the efforts of sharing this information. And as you can see, we're at 3,060. Let's wrap it to be 3,100. We're short of 40. Again, be generous. And I wish you a very good night, good morning, and for some of you, good afternoon. It's a wrap.